Hello, this is Mizu. I'm back with the reading stream, so I do apologize if the mic quality isn't that great. I don't remember why I left the mic that I've been using for like a good chunk of my stream, so I'm just gonna be using the super snuff one that I'm using right now. The rock band mic. So yeah, as a result, this is what my streams are gonna look like. Jeez Louise. But yeah, but all seriousness, I am gonna do this reading stream. I just need to double check something real quick. Oh, what button did I press? Hold on, I need to check something. Of course it's gonna. Yep, I hate this. Alright, looks like everything's in order. Alright. So yeah, we're gonna do a reading stream of Mary Skelter 2 prequel novel. So I'm going to warn people that what we're reading right now is the prequel novel of Mary Skelter 2. If you want to go into 2 with no spoilers whatsoever, then I don't recommend coming to the stream then. Like, I know it sounds weird that I'm doing a reading stream and whatnot, reading a prequel novel, all things of a game that I really like, but like, I'm just warning, like, if you're very interested in this game, and I do highly recommend it, I wouldn't recommend, like, coming to the stream and like listening to me read. Terribly reading, mind you, because I don't have like the best reading like voice, let alone I have the most confidence in my reading and such. But like, yeah, other than this long intro sort of thing, let's go to the game. I already set everything up beforehand, so time for us to do some reading. I don't know how long this is gonna take me, because I do know for a fact that this prequel novel is slightly shorter than the first game's prequel novel, which I don't even know how long that stream was. I think that was like 5 hours of me like just stumbling my words trying to read a prequel novel and such. But like, yeah. Also, I do want to point out something interesting about the Mary Skelter 2 prequel novel. So what makes it different from the first game's prequel novel is that for the first game's prequel novel, you're kind of stuck in some kind of weird stalemate where if you were to read this prequel novel before you played the game, you pretty much spoil most of the plot twists that the final chapter wanted to do. But the issue with just playing the game first and reading the prequel novel is that the final chapter literally makes zero sense without some context from the prequel novel. So you're kind of boned in some degree of fashion. What makes 2 interesting is that if you ask me, this one is actually safe for you to read while you're playing the game. More specifically, when you get Cinderella, which I believe is chapter 8 question mark. I don't remember which chapter it was. I do know for a fact that once you get Cinderella, this prequel novel is actually safe for you to read. And the reason for that is because the earlier prints of the prequel novel only covers the events that the first half of Mary Skelter 2 covers. So because of that, if you ask me, once you get Cinderella, I would say this prequel novel is safe for you to read. However, if you were to read the Mary Skelter 2 prequel novel that came with Mary Skelter that's in the Mary Skelter finale, which I will refer to as the finale prints, they contain 2 bonus chapters that you do need to finish the game in order to read, since those 2 bonus chapters contain a lot of spoilers. So because of that, it's kind of a case of like, if you want to read this prequel novel while you're playing Mary Skelter 2, you have to read the older prints. But if you're like, oh, I already finished 2 and everything, then just read the newer prints. There's no problem there. So like, yeah, that's all I have to say. So let's go with the reading. So let's begin. Decades ago, a hapless town in Japan sunk beneath the surface of the earth and formed a living underground prison called the jail. Held captive within is impregnable? Wait, I don't even know I said that right. And I don't even think that's the word. Impenetrable? Penitentiary? Wait. This is just the start of the stream and I'm already struggling to say certain words. God damn it. were humans who suffer horrendous torture at the hands of the Mayhem and their wicked superiors, the Nightmares. Plotting to free themselves from this vile prison, a faction of human survivors founded a group called the Dawn Liberation Force, pledging to return once more to the land from which they came. Among the Dawn ranks were the Blood Maidens, a group of girls with untold powers who alone had the power to quell the ever-growing dread of the jails. Valkyrie's appetite? Volatile appetite? I don't even know if I said that word right. I never even saw that word in my entire life. I know I am definitely pronouncing that wrong. This story serves as a prequel to the chronicles of the Blood Maidens prior to their grand escape from jail. So yeah, that's like a little bit of a synopsis for the Mary Skelter 2 prequel novel and such. And also, I fucking love like the prequel novel in general. Like, I have the physical copies of it, and it's like absolutely beautiful to see. I love it. But like, yeah, let's start with chapter 1. Long ago, several legions below the sea. Long ago, several legions below the surface of the sea, there existed a mighty kingdom of merfolks that swam along the ocean floor. Amongst its many inhabitants were the 6 princesses, all of whom were daughters to the ruler of the kingdom, the king of the merfolk. When each princess turned 15, she was granted permission to depart from the kingdom and visit the world of man. Most of the princesses enjoy regaling the younger sister with whimsical tales of the land above the water, fueling her anticipation for the day she could see the magical world for herself. One day, however, one of the older sisters took the young princess aside to warn her. "Little mermaid, you must listen to me. The human soul, although sacred enough to be claimed by the gods, on the day they cross over to the other side, reside within a fragile human body. We are not like them. Our bodies return to the ocean as sea foam in the end, but the body of a mermaid can outlive a human's and live to see 300 years pass before our time comes." The elder mermaid tried her best to discourage her sister from leaving her home, but it was of no use. The young princess was fiercely determined to visit the world of man. Once Little Mermaid had finally entered her 15th year, she immediately traveled to see what secrets lie above the surface of the sea. As soon as her head rose above the water, her eyes became fixed to the looming shadow of a massive wooden ship. Wow, what a magnificent ship. Wait, who is that? Standing port side was an adolescent human boy. He was a prince, and he was celebrating the eve of his 16th birthday with a lively party aboard his ship. My, he's so handsome. For her, it was love at first sight, in what seemed like moments, a powerful storm arose and began to rage over the mermaid and the ship, topping the prince over the side of the ship and plunging him into the freezing waters. Oh no! Little Mermaid reacted quickly, swimming towards the prince, grabbing a hold of his body in the pouring rain. She swam them towards safety upon the shore. "Your Highness, are you okay?" shouted Little Mermaid as she desperately tries to wake the prince. Just then, she noticed a young girl in the distance walking towards her and the prince. Little Mermaid, afraid she could be seen, dove into the waters to hide. Oh, fuck. Wait, why did I do that? No, let's look at the picture. Oh, look at this. Good picture. It's the Little Mermaid. As the human girl approached the unconscious prince, she called out to him. He began to wake. The weakened prince in a low voice began to speak. "You saved me. Thank you. Thank you so much." The prince, unaware of his true savior, continued to express a deep gratitude to the girl. Little Mermaid ached. Disappointed and hurt, she sunk underground and swam home. Forgetting about the prince, however, proven to be very difficult. I know, if I can become a prince, I can see him again. Excited about the prospect of this new plan, Little Mermaid sought the help of a mysterious witch whose powers could Wait, no. Why am I having a trouble reading? No, this is the start. I hate myself. God damn it. I need to go see if I'm gonna say this word correctly. Hold on. Facilitate? I think it's facilitate, right? Facility? Facilitate? Hold on. I want to double check if I said that right. Like, this is like me trying to be 100% sure. Yes, facilitate. Yeah, I did say this right. Why am I having second doubts on myself? English is my first language. Why am I doubting myself? I think it's because of the American education system. God damn it. But anyway, God. I'm losing my... Why am I losing my throat? The transformation she desired. Upon hearing Little Mermaid's request, the slight witch responded, "Of course, princess, your beautiful beautiful mermaid tail will be split in two, granting you the legs of a mortal human, but beware, for every step taken will be agonizing, as if you were walking on a bed of knives. However, should you fail to wed the prince, you will never return to the sea as a mermaid, but as sea foam instead. Are you certain this is what you desire?" "I don't care, I just want to see the prince again." "Very well, on one condition. For such a transformation, you will give me your beautiful, sweet voice, the voice which possessed the most beautiful singing in all of the kingdom." Little Mermaid forfeit her voice in exchange for the potion that would change her mermaid form into that of a human. However, Little Mermaid swam to the hastily. Why did I read that as however? Why? Hastily, Little Mermaid swam to the surface, unable to contain her excitement. She took a seat on the sandy shore and drowned the potion at once. Just as the witch had warned, however, her feet began to hurt every time she tried to walk upon the sand. To her surprise, the prince was happening to walk along the beach where she was lying. He approached her at once. "What's the matter? Can you not walk? Hop on my back." The prince carried Little Mermaid back to his castle and tended for her as though she were his sister. For a time, this arrangement suited Little Mermaid, who believed she was living happily in the prince's company. That is, until she learned of the prince's intention to marry the girl he mistook as the savior. "No, I was the one who saved you that night, not her." She wished she could reveal the truth to the prince, but alas, Little Mermaid was mute. As preparations for the prince's wedding went underway, it seemed to Little Mermaid that the dread of her becoming sea foam will soon materialize. Later that night, Little Mermaid's sister snuck into her quarters to bring her a knife and instructions. "Kill the prince with this, then rub his blood upon your legs. Only with this you can become a mermaid at once." "If I kill the prince, I won't have to become sea foam," contempted Little Mermaid. She took the knife and quietly entered the prince's quarters as he slept. As Little Mermaid stood over the sleeping prince, she raised the knife, her hands trembling while her eyes were fixed on her victim's heart. "Farewell, my prince." However, she found herself incapable of killing him. Little Mermaid cast the knife away and prepared to flee. Her last gesture before leaving the prince's side was a tender kiss upon his forehead. Following her escape, she dove headfirst into the sea. Her body began to dissolve into bubbles upon making contact with the water before disappearing altogether. However, this was not quite the end. Soon after, Little Mermaid heard a mystical voice. "Little Mermaid, you refrain from murdering the prince. If you become the fairy of air and watch over lovers with kindness, then I shall return your soul to the prince." Really? I can see the prince again someday? Okay, so this is an interesting thing about this chapter, is that essentially the first half of it is actually a word to word, like this is literally word to word what the original fairy tale The Little Mermaid was. The one created by Hans Christian Andersen. Like, what I just read to you guys was literally the original fairy tale Little Mermaid. And such. And I know, like, some people who never are familiar with the fairy tale, most people just heard from, like, people saying, like, oh yeah, the original story, Little Mermaid died and such. And a lot of people are like, well, that's a crappy ending. I prefer Disney over that. But, okay, so here's the thing. She didn't necessarily, you know, quote unquote, die. I mean, like, you could argue that, well, she turned to sea foam, that's the equivalent to death, right? But remember that small portion in the end, there's this mysterious voice that told Little Mermaid, like, hey, you're a good person, you refrain from killing the person that you like and such. You did a selfless action, you know, selfless action. And I'll give you a deal. If you become a Children of the Wind, well, in this translation, they call it the Fairy of the Air, and watch over lovers with kindness, then I'll give you a soul. Well, I would say, like, I would kind of grant you a soul so you can, like, be reunited with the prince. I guess I'm assuming that's when he dies and such, they be reunited in that sort of scenario. Like, I don't know, like, the way how this translation worded it seems kind of weird, because I remember, like, reading the actual original fairy tale, and that one made a lot more sense, where they're like, oh yeah, mermaids literally have no soul. Like, unlike man, like humans, that, you know, they still exist in a form of a soul when they die and such. Mermaids, they don't have that. They literally just turn to sea foam and just cease to exist. And such. But, like, yeah, this is interesting. I do like how you're, like, reading this tells you, like, this is what the original story of Little Mermaid is like. And I do like this a lot. I know it's like a bittersweet end sort of thing, but, like, at the same time, it is quite compelling. It's an interesting story and such. And what's funny about this is that this wasn't, like, this is like the final ending that the author decided to use. Earlier versions of this ending was just her dying. Like, his early drafts of it was like, oh yeah, she just turns into sea foam and dies and shit. But as he's working on the story, he's like, you know what? I want to give the Little Mermaid a happy ending. So he made the whole, like, oh, you become a Children of the Wind and, like, watch over, you know, lovers with kindness, and then you be granted a soul, and that allows you to be reunited with the prince and such. Like, that was literally, like, him going, like, yeah, here's a happy ending. Like, I didn't like the early endings that I did. That one was kind of depressing, but, like, yeah. So yeah, let's continue on. That's all I have to say. So, JL. It appeared from out of nowhere. A sea sprouted from a nightmare. They say it came flying from the sky, crashing down to earth to dig its corrupted roots. Buildings which surrounded its crash site warped, and any flora and fauna in its vicinity were either swallowed or vanished. This corruption gave birth to monstrosities known as mayhem, a scourge to humanity. The Dawn, a task force assigned to defeat the mayhem, was organized inside of jail. At the same time, a group of girls, later identified as Blood Maidens, planned to escape the towering prison by scaling its ever-ending staircase. Why am I having a hard time reading? It was their only hope to restore the sun, or so they thought. Man, this is a terrible start. I'm literally, like, stuttering my ass. Alright. I was beginning to suspect that I was in an aquarium. Ever since I awoke, I lived here alone. I noticed strange beings lurking around me. They looked so bizarre, and their language was unknown to me. I feared them. Soon, though, I subconsciously began to understand how they communicate, but I had no one with whom to practice their language. I fell into a deep, lonely sadness. My only treasure was a broken microphone I had found inside of the aquarium. Every chance I got, I used it to sing. I loved to sing, and it was the only way I could alleviate my loneliness. The strange beings watched me from time to time. Although they couldn't understand my song, sometimes they could sit and listen anyway. Maybe if I could sing better, I could make a friend. One day, I mustered up the courage and attempt to sing directly at the flock of creatures serving as my audience. I took a great leap of faith, but it seems my song sat unfavorably with the audience. Gah. The strange beings reacted by attacking me, huh? Why? I rushed to get away, but I became entangled in their claws and tripped. The monsters pounded on me, slashing and punching at me. Ow, that hurts. Please stop. I cried out in agony. I cried out in agony, but they wouldn't relent. They tore my skin and I felt the blood seeping out of my wounds. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. Apart from the pain, I was assaulted by a barrage of dots. Why? Why must I endure this? Was my singing so terrible? I just wanted to make friends. Why? 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 For a moment, I felt my world began to warp. There was a darkness waiting to explode inside of me. Hey, I heard a voice. The monsters halt their assault, hoping to spot the source of the voice. Oh look, we have Little Mermaid getting attacked, and then we have the mysterious voice, who we all recognize. It's Otsu, look at them. It's young Otsu and young Little Mermaid. So yeah, next. I looked in the same direction. There stood a small figure. He didn't resemble. Why am I? Fuck. He didn't resemble those strange beasts. It looked like me. It looked like me. A human. A child similar in age to me. Stay away from her. Stop bullying her. His voice was gallant in spite of his age. His warning must have worked. The monster soon fled at his behalf. Are you okay? He asked. As his question lingered, I noticed a part of his hair that was vibrant. It was dyed a bright red and shining white. What? Or who was it? It kept quivering. I sensed fear in him, but it was he who had saved me. Where did this child come from? I had never seen anyone else who looked like me in the aquarium. But that wasn't important. I need to thank him for saving me. Hey, before I could thank him, the boy loudly interjected. Yes? I was so hastily to respond, I forgot to thank him. What did he want to say? Hello? Was he introducing himself? Would he warn me about the other monsters? It could have been any number of things, but what he screamed nearly blew my mind. Please let me be your bride. It made no sense. A bride? Like my bride? He wanted to marry me. But I'm a girl, aren't I? Wait, isn't he a boy? Or is it a she? Perhaps we just met. Did he expect me to say yes? His proposal baffled me in all sorts of ways, but there was a nagging dot. Marriage. The word was lodged in my brain. Then it seems my mouth responded before I could think of a response. Can you, huh? Instead of being my bride, why don't you become my prince? I would be okay with that. His eyes widened. Without another word, he smiled and nodded. Okay, I understand, princess. Look at that. The marriage proposal. So cute. And so, through unordinary circumstances, we were married. Then we were two, a princess and her prince. Another story of the jail. The princess who should have been become. Another story of the jail. A princess who should have become Seafoam and the prince who changed the future. This is no dream or illusion. It is all true. The story of the miracle of DOP. Story 2. Oh my god. I kind of feel shitty that I read that so bad. Like, oh my god. But like, yeah, if you're kind of curious about like the last part of the story of the miracle of DOP, I'll say, okay, so this is actually part of the title of the opening of Mary Skelter 2. Because if you are familiar with the opening of Mary Skelter 2, the full name of the opening is Witchcraft Therapy's Miracle. And if you're wondering like what the heck is a DOP, DOP is the official name of the jail. You see, the jail is just something that the humans call it, but we later learn, I think it was in Mary Skelter 1 or 2, I think it was 2 that actually explains it, is that in Mary Skelter 2, the jail's official scientific name is DOP. And I know Miracle of DOP is an actual like religious term. I think it had like Christian roots in it, but I don't know much about it. Like, my knowledge when it comes to like certain things that I learn is like very limited. I do have to do like fucking school research on it if I want to like know more of it. But like, yeah, that's the interesting thing about it. So yeah, this is the first chapter. Pretty good. I don't know how many chapters there are in this story of this prequel novel. I think there was like, let's see, it started with 6, and then we get 2 bonus chapters, so it's 8. So 6 and 8, so it's 8 chapters in total. All right. What is a marriage anyway? Even when Little Mermaid and Osu really thought about it, they didn't have a clue. Marriage means becoming a bride. Marriage means devoting your life to the person you love. It's an eternal vow, at least. That's how it seemed in their minds. They felt like there was something bigger to it, but they couldn't put a finger on it. Maybe one day. Princess, your hand. Please watch your step. Please watch your step. Okay, Osu. Osu offered her hand to the girl who was about the same age. She took it with glee. Thank you, my prince. Of course, it's a pleasure to be there for my princess. After making their vows, Little Mermaid treated Osu like her prince, making her a happy groom. When Osu's offer to become Little Mermaid's bride became a proposal to be her prince, she was truly surprised. Girls don't make princes. Any doubts, however, were soon washed away. If it's what Little Mermaid wants, then I shall become a prince, thought Osu. It was unexpected. Wait, why am I reading this wrong? Why am I having a hard time reading this? Hold on. Fuck. Hold on. Split. Inexplicable. Alright. It was inexplicable. Osu had only just met Little Mermaid. Besides, even Little Mermaid had no idea why she was here. But from the beginning, Osu felt obligated to do whatever her princess had asked. Hey Osu, will you sleep with me again today? Sure, good grief, you are quite clean, princess. Little Mermaid held an irresistible charm over Osu, trickling her heart with each display of affection. Osu was so overwhelmed by these feelings, she couldn't bring herself to touch Little Mermaid, though she longed to do so. One day, Osu and Little Mermaid were standing in a corner of the aquarium ruins, taking a break after driving away a pack of monsters. Just then, they were startled by a commotion echoing from down the hall. Hey Osu, do you hear something? Yes, princess, stay here. I'll check it out. I'll come with you. It's fine. It might be dangerous. I'm going. Married couples always stick together. The line made Osu's heart swell. With a lopsided smile, she took Little Mermaid's hand and led them in the direction of the commotion. 8, 9, 10. Haha, this is amazing. They heard a voice. It was the first time they had heard another human's voice in this place. They poked their heads around, sneaking a peek from the shadowy end of the hallway. It came from a little girl dressed in a red hooded cloak. She was in the midst of cutting down a swarm of monsters, swinging at them with a pair of scissors nearly twice her size. And look, it's Red Riding Hood. Look, it's young Red Riding Hood. And like you can tell by the background, like we have some Dawn members, and we have Haru right there. He's the one with the fluffy hair. But like, yay! Who is that? It was Osu's first time encountering another human aside from Little Mermaid. Yet she was reclusive, relent. Wait, hold on. Why am I having a hard time reading today? I really feel shameful right now. Reluctant. Yet she was reluctant. It couldn't be assumed that she would be an ally. She could have just as easily pointed her scissors at Osu and Little Mermaid next. Hey Osu, she's human. Please keep quiet, princess. Let's sneak out of here before she sees us. Wait. But Osu grabs Little Mermaid's hand, hoping to get away. Hoping to hurry away. Hey! Screamed the girl in the red hood, halting the two in their tracks. Humans! Haru! There are humans here, huh? Hey, you're right, they are human. It seems Osu and Little Mermaid were spotted and that the girl wasn't alone. She summoned a small group of adults who came running towards them, one of whom wore an eye patch. Osu motioned for Little Mermaid to stand behind her, hoping to block her from the oncoming strangers. If they have planned to do harm, then Osu would serve as the princess' shield. Have you two been here this whole time? It's okay, come with us. The girl in the red hood. Said the girl in the red hood. She beamed, offering her hand as a token of friendship. Come with you. We're part of an organization called the Dawn. There are other humans there too, who all live together. There are even other children around your age, spoke the man with an eye patch. His words sounded curt, but there was a hint of kindness in his eyes. Wait, what do you mean eyes? There's only one eye. Perhaps he could be trusted. Have you two been living here all alone? Looks like you put up a good fight. The girl in the red hood spoke after. You never know when the mayhem will attack. If you join the Dawn, then the adults will protect you. Let's stick together, okay? Osu and Little Mermaid listened to their proposition. Turning to look at one another. What should we do, Osu? We don't have to go. They could be lying, but staying here would be dangerous too. Maybe we should go. In that case, I'll protect you, princess. True, but I don't want to put you in danger either, Osu. And if there are other humans, I would like to meet them. Well, Osu felt silent, unsure of how to answer. Suddenly, a small monster jumped out from behind them. Watch out, screamed the red-hooded girl, who grabbed her scissors a second too late. The monster clawed Little Mermaid's pale skin, producing an ugly gash. Oh, is this the recovery room? Don't touch princess. Before Osu could react, the monster was felled by the blade of the red-hooded girl's scissors. The blood of the fallen beast splashed upon Osu. Both the red-hooded girl and the man with the eye patch let out a gasp. Haru, yeah, that's a surprise. We have no choice but to take these two with us, huh? The blood-stained eyes, Osu stared in confusion back at the two strangers as they discussed. A blood maiden. The two were convinced to follow the girl who introduced herself as Red Riding Hood and the others joining them at the headquarters of the Dawn. That's right, if your skin gets in contact with mayhem blood, your fighting abilities enhance dramatically. That's what you two are, just like Red Riding Hood, responded Miko. A spectacle? Bespectable? Oh, woman? Wait. Like spectacles? Like glasses? Women dressed in a white lab coat. You are blood maidens. When the mayhem blood splashed on you, your eyes turned pink, didn't they? That proves it. Yeah, but this is a lot to take in. Of course, I understand how confusing this must be for you. Why don't you stay with us here for a while, enough to get acquainted with things, with us and yourselves? Miko patted Osu and Little Mermaid's heads kindly, a comforting gesture in strange circumstances. Princess, what do you want to do? I'm okay with that. Everyone is so kind. Besides, being here means being safe from danger. Good point. As long as you are safe, Princess, that's all that matters. Osu, Princess. The two looked at each other, starting to form their own world. Their moment of silence was interrupted by a dry cough. It came from an older man with a head of white hair, whom Miku... Wait, Miku is Miko! Why did they spell her name wrong? Excuse me. This isn't Miku. And Haru referred to as the professor. Red Riding Hood, on the other hand, calls him Dad. Now, would you mind if I ask you some questions? Let's start with both of your names. He flashed an easygoing smile, which allowed Osu to answer comfortably. I'm Osu. I'm Little Mermaid. I see. Little Mermaid and Osu. Osu, I see. For some reason, the mention of Osu's name caused the professor to perk up. Osu, do you know why your name's so, huh? What do you mean? Osu paused. She hadn't the faintest clue. When Little Mermaid was asked for her name, she answered Osu without hesitation. She never paid it a second thought, but it never occurred for her to ask why it was so. Oh, my apologies. If you don't know, that's fine. Do not worry, it's a normal procedure for the Blood Maidens. Yeah, totally. I don't know why I'm called Red Riding Hood, laughed the hooded girl. Hey, Dad, is that all? Oh, look at that. That's Osu. Gets covered in mayhem blood, and she gets, like, you know, the pink eyes that the Blood Maidens get. Pink color eyes, not pink eye, not the disease, the pink colored eyes. Oh sure, I think we are finished for today. Yay, then Osu, Little Mermaid, come on. Let me show you around the dawn. Red Riding Hood yanked their hands and they rushed to follow. And that is how the two of them came to join the dawn. Story 3. Oh boy, yeah, I'm making a lot of good progress now. I'm thinking and like looking at this. This is actually good progress. I do kind of want to take like a water/bathroom break. Maybe when we finish this chapter and we go to chapter 4, that's where I'll take that break. So like, yeah. The Dawn Liberation Force, or Dawn for short, an organization committed to eradicate the mayhem, the beings responsible for transforming this town into the living prison known as jail. Its headquarters was located on the town's outer skirts. Its divisions worked in tirelessly harmony. The research unit was in charge of investigating the origins of the mayhem, the jail, and the Blood Maidens. The defense unit assembled an arsenal out of whatever arms they could find to protect people from the mayhem. The maintenance unit not only repaired weapons but saw to the upkeep of the town's buildings, sewage, electrical infrastructure. The Public Works unit prepared food rations and disposal of waste. And finally, the rescue unit cared for the injured and ailing. They all worked together within a protected region known as the Liberation District. It was there where the Dawn headquarters was located in one of its... Oh, fuck. Okay, looks like I need to use, like, Joy-Cons because this has died on me. Alright. Hold up. Alright. There we go. It was there where the Dawn's headquarters was located, in one of its nondescript research rooms sat the professor, the head of the research unit, reading a book. There was a scar over his right eye. He Wait, is parsid a word? Hold on. I don't remember what kind of word that is. Hold on. I'm assuming it's just another way of saying like pass. Parsed. Oh, that's how you spell parsed? Huh. I didn't know that. He parsed through his book, his back hunched over in his white lab coat, as he noticed a shadow approaching him from behind. What's that you're reading? Oh, it's you, Haru. It was the man with an eye patch, sporting a tuft of messy hair and a cigar in his mouth. Haru served as the chief of the maintenance unit, being especially close to the professor means he was one of the few people apart from the Blood Maidens to whom he could speak casually. The professor glanced over his shoulder and held up the book he was reading. You remember the trove of documents we uncovered in our last expedition? It seems I found a story that explains Osu's origins. Oh, is it a fairy tale? It seems so. It's from a book called Yuzuru. One of its central characters bears Osu's namesake. It is as I theorize, Osu is just like Red Riding Hood and Cinderella, Blood Maidens. The designation reserved for girls with designation. Reserved for girls with mystical powers who reside within jail. When they come in contact with mayhem blood, their eyes turn pink and their physical aptitude is dramatically enhanced. It is dramatically, right? Or dramatically enhanced. When the Dawn had discovered the maiden's potential to wear off mayhem, they poured themselves into researching their origins. One common characteristic observed by the researchers was the Blood Maiden's tendency to remember nothing about where they came from, and how they came to be, except for their own names. Each girl's name corresponds with the protagonist of a children's fairy tale. Red Riding Hood was the first Blood Maiden to discover, the second was Cinderella, followed by Little Mermaid and Osu. Oh look, it's the picture of the Dawn headquarters. I remember you. I see you a lot in the first game, and we briefly see you in the second game, and then it gets destroyed. Oh look, more illustrations! Look, it's a crane and a girl. Geez, I wonder what this is about. Yeah, let's go here. The first three were fairy tales with which the professor was acquainted, but the origins of Osu was mysterious to him. For what I gather, Osu was a crane who was caught in a trap. After she is discovered and freed by a man, she transforms into a human and asks him to take her as his bride. I see. Is that why she proposed to Little Mermaid when they first met? It sounds like Osu. Say Little Mermaid though. You make a good point. I suppose the circumstances didn't quite match the lore, but there's still much we have yet to learn about the Blood Maidens. However, I never expect us to encounter two at once. That makes 4, thus increasing our research opportunities. Excitement gleamed from the professor's eyes, but Haru's frowned his brow. They're just kids, don't overdo it. Of course not. They're our biggest hope, said the professor calmly. He smiled, knowing the Blood Maidens were like his daughters. It was his goal to make researching them... why am I moving too much with this Joy-Con? It was his goal to make researching them as painless as possible. Even so, it is time for us to take the next step. We were unsure at how we were unsure at first how blood maidens would interact, but now we know there's no issues. You mean, yes, let's introduce Red Riding Hood to Cinderella. Now go on, introduce yourself. A blue-haired girl fidget behind the professor timidly poked her head out. Red Riding Hood waited with sparkling eyes as Osu and Little Mermaid stood watching them, their hands held in embrace. My name is Cinderella. Dad, is she? That's right, Red Riding Hood. She's just like you, a blood maiden. I knew it. Nice to meet you, Cinderella. I'm Red Riding Hood. Eek! Red Riding Hood jumped onto Cinderella and hugged her tightly. The gesture puzzled Cinderella, drawing a weary smile out of Osu and Little Mermaid. What in heavens are you doing? I'm choking, please unhand me. You're so cute. I love how you talk, Cinderella. Dad, why do you keep such a cutie a secret from us? Forgive me, there was so much we stole. We are still learning about the Blood Maidens. I was worried about the possibility of something going away if you met. Away. If you met. But after seeing Osu and Little Mermaid, now I know there is no risk. About time, look how adorable she is. There's no way she'd do anything bad. At first, Cinderella merely tolerated Red Riding Hood's playful behavior, but after a few moments, her patience began to wear thin. Hey, enough of this, it's hot. My cheeks are burning. Now, Red Riding Hood, you're upsetting Cinderella. Let her go now. Blush filled Cinderella's cheeks as she gasped for air, so Osu kindly pulled Red Riding Hood off of her. Despite being far younger than Red, Osu had a noble air about her. Cinderella's reaction was somewhat deterring to Red Riding Hood, but at least she relented and let the Blood Maiden go, allowing Osu and Little Mermaid to introduce themselves. Nice to meet you, Cinderella. I'm Osu. And I'm Little Mermaid. It's a pleasure. Hello, I'm Cinderella. Their gentle approach restores Cinderella composure. So, are all of you like me? Are you Blood Maidens? Yes, so they say. We don't know much about it yet. Yeah, we're all Blood Maidens. Since you three are like my little sisters, you can call me sis, exclaimed Red Riding Hood, which gave Cinderella a gloom feeling. It was unclear to Cinderella why the feeling overcame her, but it seemed the professor took notice and understood immediately. In the fairy tale matching Cinderella's namesake, the titular character was bullied by her older stepsisters. The professor drawled this conclusion to himself quietly. Big sister. The Blood Maidens and their fairy tale origins, what is the relationship? Wait, geez, this isn't a business meeting. It's called being friendly. Cinderella, you're so cute. Not again. This time, when Red Riding Hood hugged Cinderella, the latter didn't hold back her discomfort. Hand me. Let me go. Pant. Goodness gracious. Calm down this instant, or I will refuse to call you sis. Aw, hey Osu and Ermi, will you call... you guys will call me sis, right? I think I'm fine with Red Riding Hood. Not you too, Osu. I'll call you that, sis. Mermaid, you're so cute. It was almost Little Mermaid's turn to accept Red Riding Hood's unbridged friendship until Osu instinctively stepped between the two to protect Little Mermaid. Stop. I'm the only one that can hug Princess. Oh, come on, Osu. Come on. Also, you're making me blush. Little Mermaid's bashful reaction got a grin out of Red Riding Hood, who had seemingly picked up on the subtext. I know, I won't take Mermaid from you, Osu. You're married after all. Cinderella cocked her head. Married? You two are married? Yes. Sorry. That's right, I'm her prince. That's right, I am Osu's princess. Princess. Osu. As the two gazed longingly at one another, Cinderella interjected, Osu, aren't you a girl? I am, but who say a girl can't be a prince? Smiled the young Osu. an eloquent retort befitting of her princely demeanor, her princely designation. Princess designation. Actually, Osu asked me at first if she could be my bride. I respond by telling her I would marry her if she could be my prince. So that's how you become a prince. Yep, that's how we got married. Right, Osu? Asked Little Mermaid. Smiling with blushed cheeks. Osu turned even redder, sweating nervously. Initially, the idea of girls getting married perplexed Cinderella, but soon she became envious of their arrangement. How wonderful. I hope to find a wonderful prince of my own someday. No, boys are wolves. Beast, you have me, Cinderella. Alright, understand. Kindly leave my cheeks alone. Oh, that's so cute. Look at this. We have this adorable scene. This adorable scene of Red Riding Hood and Cinderella meeting and getting along. It's just like in the first game. Except in the first game, like, the whole purpose of Red Riding Hood meeting Cinderella was that she was extremely depressed about failing to save Little Mermaid and was, you know, the reason why she died. And the professor's like, okay, we need to, like, show Cinderella to Red Riding Hood to, like, you know, help her out and such, you know, to cheer her up and shit. And, like, even, like, the professor even, like, had to talk to, Cinderella about, like, oh yeah, like, Red Riding Hood would be your sister, and, like, you know, he notices that she was uncomfortable with the idea, but he ends up, like, explaining, like, oh, like, more like, you know, adopt a sister, and, you know, explains the situation to Cinderella, where she, you know, became sympathetic towards Red Riding Hood. She's like, okay, fine, I don't mind, like, calling her sister and such. Like, I don't mind seeing her as a sister because of that. Like, that's, like, an interesting thing about the first game. The fact that this talk doesn't appear in the second game is very interesting, and I do know, like, we all know why that's the case, but it's an interesting, like, small detail to point out. Elsu and Little Mermaid, Red Riding Hood, and Cinderella. Watching the Blood Maidens play in peace brought a happy tear to the old professor's eye. It is interesting that, like, we get these events with the professor where it's clear that he's a nice person. And, you know, like, I know he's, like, super sus in, like, Mary Skelter 1, especially when you play the main game. But even when you read the prequel novels from 1 and 2, and with him, like, interacting with the Blood Maidens when they're younger, it kind of makes you go, like, wait a minute. This guy actually cares about them. Like, he doesn't see them as, like, experiments, so that it makes it weird that when you get to the events of the game, he's, like, kind of an asshole and such. But when you read these prequel novels, you're like, wait, he actually does care about them. So it kind of makes you wonder, like, why is he, like, kind of an ass in the main game then? Situated in a building on the corner of the Liberation District, there was a large yet unnamed orphanage. 10 years ago had passed since the town sunk. The mayhem attacks led to several children becoming orphans, who were then taken in by any surviving adults. The orphanage itself was established before the foundation of the Dawn. Long before anyone knew how to combat the mayhem, a symbol of what humanity regained against the rising tide of evil, people gathered and collaborated to survive the underground hell. The commute empowered the survivors to find meaning in the role-based work. It was a place of hope, a home away from dawn. 5 children were especially loved and cared by those lived there. Snow White, Sleepy, this way, wait, Sister Dumbelina, ... The eldest was bright and energetic, followed by a shy middle child and a quiet third-born. 3 sisters discovered 2 years ago. Their names were Dumbelina, Snow White, and Sleeping Beauty. These three, along with a pair of siblings, Mitru and Chiaki, were frequent playmates, a sight which made the chaperones chuckle with glee. However, the chaperones had no idea of the great and heavy destiny which awaits them. Wait, which... Yeah, that picture is... Okay, I thought I skipped a picture. Yay, chapter 4. Okay, okay. Alright, I feel like this is a good time for me to take like a water break. So I'm gonna pull up the BRB screen. And I'm gonna take that water and bathroom break. Okay, I'm back. Oh boy. Alright. Need to adjust my seat real quick. Okay. Now, let's go back to the game. What? Not game, book. Alright. Nearly a year had passed since Osu and Little Mermaid arrived at the dawn, and there was now a total of 7 Blood Maidens. It was impossible to determine each Blood Maiden's age, so the Dawn assigned them provisional ages. Okay, so here's like an interesting thing. Like this portion right here, in the Japanese version, they actually like try to guess like the age by like number and such. Like for example, if I remember correctly, some of the number ages that they put on the Blood Maidens like vary, because remember, like they don't know how to determine their ages, so they're just like guessing at that point. If I remember correctly, because of them like assigning them number ages, and since you know the prequel novel covers the events from like, well, this game's prequel novel covers the events that happen within the span of 10 years, like, you know, the diversion point being like the whole, you know, Little Mermaid scenario and such. So like, since you know Red Riding Hood was like 10 years old when she met Little Mermaid, and Little Mermaid was 5 years old when they met. If I remember correctly, in this chapter, they guessed that Red Riding Hood was like, okay, at this point in time, in chapter 4, Red Riding Hood was like 15, and Osu and Little Mermaid were like, shit, I'm trying to remember. Or like 10 or 9-ish? Was it 10 or 11? I think it was like around that range. And then we had Dumbledore, Snow White, and Sleeping Beauty, who were like random ages at the same time. Like, I don't know, like, it's weird. Like, I'm not saying that the novel is weird for trying to like give these characters ages sort of thing, but it's more like because of the Dawn not knowing how old they are, they're just like, well, we just have to guess at this point and such. Which I'm like, I feel like that was kind of the intent with this portion right here, is where the Dawn was like trying to guess how old they are, even though like it took a lot of evidence from fans and also stuff that we pick up throughout the games where like, okay, Red Riding Hood has to be 20 years old because like the jail was only formed within 20 years. It's impossible for Red Riding Hood to be like, you know, younger than that or older than that. And like Cinderella is always described as being slightly younger than Red Riding Hood, at least by 1 or 2 years. So that would make Cinderella either 19 or 18 and such. And Little Mermaid, remember, she met Red Riding Hood on her 10th birthday, in Red Riding Hood's 10th birthday, and she was like 5 years old when she met Red. So that would make, you know, Mermaid like 5 years younger than Red and such. Same thing with Osu, where they describe Osu as being like, oh, she's around the same age as Little Mermaid, so that will make Osu, you know, also 15. Also, like, you know, 5 years younger than Red and such. And then we have the whole case of Dumbledore and Snow White and Sleeping Beauty. Because, remember, they're triplets, so that they have the same age. But I don't even know how old they are, to be honest with you. and such, because we're not given, like, a lot of, like, hints. I guess hints would be the right word. Like, hints or ideas of, like, how old the other Blood Maidens are. The only ones that we do have, like, you know, concrete evidence that has a lot of support in it was Red Riding Hood, Cinderella, and Osu and Little Mermaid. Everyone else, not so much. There is one character that appears in finale that I do know how old they are because of like how they worded the character, like describing the character age-wise and such. Like that one made sense to me. I'm like, okay, that one made sense and everything. But like, yeah, enough jibber jabber. I don't know why the fuck I decided to take a distraction from reading to like talk about like random fan stuff, like Deary stuff and whatnot. I guess that's fine because I do feel like whenever I get distracted, it just gives me enough time. It just gives me like a small break from like reading and such, which I don't mind reading. I do like it. It's just that there are times where I kind of get like tongue-tied, and and I feel like, well, I kind of need to take like a small breather real quick before I can, you know, untie my tongue so I can read properly again. But like, yeah. Let's see, where do we stop? I think right here. So, Red Riding Hood was determined to be the oldest, followed by Cinderella, then Osu and Little Mermaid, and finally the youngest being Thumbelina, Snow White, and Sleeping Beauty. The latter were a set of triplets who had recently joined the Dawn. When it was discovered in the orphanage that some of the children had pink eyes, the members of Dawn were immediately notified and moved swiftly to meet the children. Discovering the triplets were an unexpected stroke of luck for the Dawn. If the Blood Maidens were the key to defeat the mayhem, then they would need to recruit everyone they found. The professor speculated that they would need a minimum of 7 in order to succeed. His reasoning: there were 7 isolated prison areas simulated around the central jail tower. Each prison has a core from which the mayhem spawned. It was up to the Blood Maidens to destroy the core in order to redirect nutrients to the jail tower, therefore causing it to continue growing until it burst through the sky. Upon investigation, the Dawn discovered something far scarier than mayhem. Hiding in the depths of each prison, invincible beasts called Nightmares. How to overcome these beasts were still a mystery, yet the professor simulated that the blood maidens may be the key to challenging them. Therefore, they will need 1 blood maiden per prison, which requires 7 to use as sacrifice. And so it is interesting that they like pretty much explain this plot point that like one like hinted on. Like one was like, oh, don't you think it's weird that they need 7 blood maidens? Like Gretel was like the one that mentioned it. And then 2 kind of like took that and just like expanded upon it a little more, which kind of shows us like, you know, the professor acting like an asshole and such, despite the fact that there's a lot of moments where he's an actual nice person. I guess this is where he slowly becomes, you know, snark and such. But like, yeah. Even so, our blood team, we found 7 faster than we expected, spoke Miko coldly. Her statement rung through the quiet research room. As the head of the research unit, she observed the blood maiden's health, giving her access to information only a few others in the Dawn possessed. It seemed Miko was none too thrilled about the prospect of having the required amount of blood maidens. Her message was dryly delivered, in a matter someone may perceive as critical of the professor. The professor took no offense, responding, "No need to be so Miko. I know, they're young. I do not intend to force them into anything. We all wish to avoid sacrifices, of course, but we must push our research forward. After all, there is so much we yet to learn about the blood maidens." He faced his desk, analyzing the blood samples he had extracted from the blood maidens. Eventually, the true battle will begin. Until then, raise those girls as you would as your own daughters. I'm counting on you, Miko. I'm certain they will benefit from a feminine touch. Understood. Noted Miko. Oh look, it's the lab. That's all. It's just the lab. Everyone in the Dawn was aware that humanity's greatest burdens were resting on the shoulders of such young girls. By the way, Professor, about the orphanage. What about it? It seems they developed into a fully fledged religious cult. A number of people are referring to Mitru with the girl with heterochromia as Lady Ohime, and had began turning her into an oracle. Of course, it's the religious people. Her little brother, the boy named Chiaki, is calling himself Hisuka, now serving closely next to Lady Ohime. They are both still children. So I'm unsure if they're behind this movement. It's possible someone is using them to achieve some ulterior motive. Have there been any issues of note? No, not yet. The orphanage is functioning still the same. It's just that Mitru has been seen speaking at large from time to time. I see. Well then, why don't we keep a close eye on them? The orphanage has contribute massively to our cause. They do as much for the people as the Dawn does. Right. Well, I suppose it'll be fine. I suppose it will be fine. It'll be fine. But one thing still bothers me. What is it? The triplets. Because of their close relationship with Michiru and Chiaki, they often visit the orphanage, which now refers to itself as the Order of the Sun. Well, that isn't a problem, is it? Well, it seems that the children of similar age visit the orphanage often as well. I worry that Michiru's deification would be a seed of a larger problem in the future. Speculated the professor, as he put his hand to his chin. When you refer to children close to age, you mean Osu and Little Mermaid. Upon the arrival of the triplets, Osu and Little Mermaid were considered the youngest blood maidens. Although no exact ages could be determined, it was assumed that the triplets were 1 year younger. So wait, if that's the case, that would make them 14, which doesn't really fully make sense because of like certain dialogue talked in like finale later on. So that's kind of speculated. I know this is like speculated and such. Like I don't know if it's like you can take it as like 100% fact and such, but like still like, huh? I don't think they're 14 because that wouldn't make sense because of like certain dialogue that they share later on in finale. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think 14 works at this situation and such. But like, yeah. Okay, let's just continue on. So Osu and Little Mermaid were happy to have new little sisters and began playing with the triplets more often than Red Riding Hood or Cinderella. In turn, the triplets would take the two to visit the orphanage to meet their friends Michiru and Chiaki. When Osu first meets Michiru, something took her by surprise. Wow, your eye color. Wow, you have the same eyes as me. Osu's eyes were red on the right and blue on the left, something she only discovered when Little Mermaid had complimented her eyes. The praise impacted Osu. She finally had something she liked about herself, and now she found someone with whom she could identify. Osu was not alone in her surprise. The other bloodmaidens, along with Chiaki, were wowed by the coincidence. I never thought I'd meet someone with the same eyes as sister, muttered Chiaki. What a surprise! I'm Michiru. This is my younger brother Chiaki. What are your names? Oh, I'm Osu and this is Little Mermaid. It's nice to meet you. Osu and Little Mermaid, I see. So you are the same, responded Michiru dreamily. Neither Osu nor Little Mermaid had ever met someone like her. Huh? But Michiru interrupts Osu with a sudden hug. Oh, look at that. This is a cute scene. Look at that. A hug from Michiru. Now that I mention it, it is interesting that they literally have like the same eye placement. Because remember, like Osu has slightly red eye. Like I know how you. I guess you could describe Osu's red eye as like slightly pink in color. Like her right eye is like slightly pink color, and her left eye is like blue. Same case with Michiru. Michiru's right eye is red, and her left eye is blue. So I didn't really notice that. I actually did not notice that. I was like, wait a minute. They have like the same eye color placement. It's just one has a lighter color than the other. But like, yeah. Look at that, cute. Let's go on. Huh? What the? The gesture put Osu and Little Mermaid at a loss of words. This didn't bother Michiru. However, who responded by sniffing Osu's hair? Sniffing. Oh my. Oh, sniff sniff. Hey, wait. Let go. Osu tried at first to fed off. Michiru, but she stopped. Huh? She was taken by an odd feeling. What's going on? This person. The two shared a quiet embrace. Eventually, Michiru lifted her head and looked Osu in the eye. You are... No! Screamed Little Mermaid, who tore them apart from one another. Princess, Osu is my prince. Michiru and Chiaki both gasped at Little Mermaid's frantic cry. The triplets, on the other hand, rushed to reassure Little Mermaid, knowing of her closeness with Osu. Calm down, Little Mermaid. Michiru won't take Osu away from you. We'll take Osu from you. Yeah, that's right. Michiru is very kind. Yep. There we go. She said the ding. We heard Sleepy said the iconic yep. Hell yeah, let's go. But yeah, realizing what she had done, Little Mermaid turned red out of embarrassment. She offered Michiru an apology, but the latter played it off. Hee haha, I see. Osu's your prince, is she? The Little Mermaid married a prince. Wonderful. She curled her lips into what seemed to be a heartfelt smile, an act which mesmerized both Osu and Little Mermaid. Well, why don't we all play? What do you say, Chi? Yep, let's do it. With this big of a group, they can play all sorts of games. Any suggestions? Chiaki picked up a branch from the ground and began writing something. All of them observed as the little brother took the lead. After deciding what to play, the group was split up into teams. Chiaki approached Osu casually, tapping her shoulder as he whispered, "Osu, let's be friends. I know we both got our hands full, but if you need anything, you can confide to me." "Oh, okay, thank you." This act perplexed Osu, but she nevertheless nodded, grateful for the kindness. It wasn't much later that Osu realized Chiaki mistook her as a boy. Oh my god! Really, Chiaki? They literally just said that... Oh wait, they didn't mention like Osu's gender. Never mind. Oops. I thought they actually said Osu's gender and like Chiaki kind of like, oh, it's a girl. Like, no, they didn't say anything, so he does not. She was a guy. Oh my god, that's all right. It wasn't much later that Osu realized Chiaki mistook her for a boy. She was unsure if it meant she suited the prince title well or if she was ill-fit to be a blood base. Oh, don't worry, Osu. We all love you, regardless of like whatever air you have about you. Once you're ready, head inside the cage. Okay. One day inside of the research facility, Osu was ordered to sit inside of a cage wearing garments that she had been given for the experiment. None of the blood maidens enjoyed any of the experiments, but they did as they were asked. Osu in particular felt like a scared animal staring out of a cage while awaiting further instructions from the professor. Inside of the cage was a metal cabinet, stored vials of pink liquid. One would ascertain that the content to be mayhem blood. Let's get started. First, please lick the blood in the first vial. Like, lick? Like, licking? Really? I thought, like... they drunk it. I didn't know, like, they lick it and then they drink the other ones. Oh. I know I read this before, but I didn't remember every detail. So this is, like, kind of a brand new experience for me. But like, yeah, let's get started. First, please lick the blood in the first vial. Though Osu had once detested the act of drinking mayhem blood, she had grown accustomed to the procedure. Luckily for her, mayhem blood was sweet to the taste, because they rarely had the chance to enjoy desserts of any kind. She relished at the opportunity. She did as she was told and tasted the blood, immediately feeling its effects. There was a rush of adrenaline, and her eyes, she assumed, had turned pink. Normally, the professor gave her instructions that followed the blood consumption, but on this day, he did no such thing. Alright, now sample the second vial. Without thinking, she obeyed the command and grabbed the second too. This time, when the blood hit her tongues, another sensation took a hold of her. What's this? It smells different. This one feels like. She pondered the difference in the feeling to herself while continuing to lick the blood. Like the previous vial, it included euphoria? That included euphoria, but I felt this somewhere. I felt this somewhere else. It was a familiar feeling. She searched inside of her for an answer. Oh, then it hit her. It's unlike you to ask to meet me alone. 3 days later, Osu had visited Chiaki behind the orphanage. Osu sensed great kindness from Chiaki, which remained even after Osu learned that she was not a boy. Even after Chiaki learned she was not a boy, Chiaki served as somewhat of a big brother to Osu, hence why Osu sought out Chiaki's counsel. The other day, when Osu was asked to taste the mysterious vial of blood, she was taken by the same feeling as when Mitru had hugged her. Oh, look at that. We have this like picture of like Osu and Chiaki meeting up and like talking. You can tell who's Osu and who's Chiaki by like the hair silhouette, which is like funny. If you ask, like it's hilarious how you can like tell who's who by just the hair, just like in anime. Oh, okay. So yeah, we finished the 4th chapter. Damn, we're going through this fast. Holy shit. But like, yeah. So I honestly don't know what the mysterious vial is, but I'm assuming that it's human blood. Like, that's like my assuming this. Like, I'm just guessing at this point. Because, like, it seems like the way how they worded it, it seems like what Osu drunk was human blood. So I'm assuming that in this, like, you know, timeline, the professor decided, like, you know what, let's try human blood. Let's see if it does a difference compared to mayhem blood. And, like, judging by how Osu, like, describes the taste, they seem to have a somewhat of a similar effect. Hey, was that supposed to mean Chi? Responded the angry Thumbelina. Her voice echoed behind the orphanage, which was now going by a different name, the Order of the Sun. Chiaki responded with a cold gaze. I mean exactly what I said. I didn't want you to visit her anymore. And from now on, I'm not Chi, call me Hisoka. Hisoka? What the heck? That makes no sense. It doesn't have to. Make sure to call my sister Lady Ohime from now on too. Michiru is Michiru. Chi, you've been acting weird lately. Sister Thumbelina, please calm down. Yep. No fighting. Snow White and Sleeping Beauty try meagerly to placate their sister, but deep down they agree with her sentiment. The orphanage the triplets had once called home was now barely unrecognizable. They watched as their home reformed itself as the Order of the Sun. Chiaki, a kind brotherly figure who they respect, began wearing blue and white robes and going by the name of Sir Hisoka. Watching adults deify this young boy confused Thumbelina and her sisters. However, they found Michiru's transformation even more puzzling. People are now referring to her as Lady Ohime and have worshipped her even more than they did Chiaki. Her enigmatic manner of speaking had become regarded as the gift of prophecy, leading to her becoming the head of the Order of the Sun. Much had changed in the year following up to the formation of the Order. Michiru Chi were once frequent playmates of the other children in the orphanage. They were, in other words, normal children. As time progressed, however, something changed in Chiaki. He started to regard his sister as a holy deity, doing everything in his power to protect her from the influence of the triplets and others. One day in particular, clued the triplets into the wide divide between themselves and Chiaki. Don't visit anymore, don't get close to Michiru, don't call us by our names. Annoyed that Miko and the other members of the Dawn were expressing doubts about the Order of the Sun, the triplets were further engaged by Chiaki's rejection. Forget this, call Michiru, I'm gonna tell on you. It's Lady Ohime, don't make me repeat myself. Thumbelina gasped, taken aback by Chiaki's threatening tone. She cowered in intimidation. Nevertheless, she glared back at Chiaki with tear-filled eyes. Why, Chi, do you hate us? Snow White and Sleepy Beauty followed suit. With watery eyes, they stared up at Chi, hoping he would take his words back. For a moment, Chiaki bit his lips. Of course not, then why? When Chiaki seemed to show signs of remorse, Thumbelina pondered. But Osu and Little Mermaid interject. Are you... Oh my, alright. I know, like, they did this to build up the drama and shit, but, like, man, like, actually seeing it unfold is, like, my god. Thumbelina, please stop. We don't need to trouble him further. But, it'll be fine. He said he didn't hate us, didn't he? Besides, I'm sure Chiaki got his own reasons for doing things, right? Of course. Then please explain yourself, or you'll upset them. Chiaki lets out a big sigh. Thumbelina, Snow White, Sleeping Beauty, my sister has been tasked with a duty to pray on behalf of the people. It's our only hope of bringing back the sun. It's just like with you blood maidens, just like us. That's right, we can't fight like any of you can, so we make do with what we have, or what my sister has at least. I'm helping her too. Because of all the work the Dawn puts in to help everyone, we want to do our part to protect everyone's heart as well. That's why we won't be able to see each other as much, that's all. Protect everyone's heart. Everyone's given us so much support, now it's our turn. A kind, familiar expression returned to Chiaki's face, from which Thumbelina draws some comfort. When will you have time to play with us again? I don't know about playing, but if you ever find yourself in business with us, you can visit anytime. It might be hard to see my sister, but I'm sure we can work something out. When it seems the triplets had finally calmed down, Little Mermaid Osu moved forward to comfort them. Alright, let's call it a day. See you later, Chiaki. Yeah, remember, it's Isuka. Right. Almost forgot. Sir Isuka. Joked Osu. She turned around and nodded at Chiaki, to which he returned the favor. A year ago, Osu had revealed to Chiaki that during the research experiment where she licked blood, she had been overcome with a feeling not dissimilar from when Mitru had hugged her. Oh, look at that. It's young Chiaki. When he started adopting the name Hisoka. So yeah, interesting. Very interesting. Ever since Chiaki began a feverish investigation into Mitru and the Dawn in secret. The mysteries were numerous. Even after Chiaki became regarded as Hisoka, it was unclear how or why the orphanage served as the location of a religious organization. It was Mitru herself who proposed— Wait! So the reason why the Order of the Sun was a thing was because she just decided, you know what, we'll just start a cult? I thought it was just adults that decided, you know what, we'll just make these people into a deity. I didn't know, or I didn't remember the small detail that it was oh yeah, it was Mitru who actually proposed the idea of making a cult. Wait, what? My god, it's been a while since I actually read these, didn't I? It's been a while. No wonder I don't remember everything. Oh my god. Or remember much. Okay. Chiaki put his hand to his chin in contemplation. There's no way Mitru could have devised this plan. Oh, okay, so the idea was that Mitru said it, but it wasn't her idea. It was someone else. And we do know for a fact that the Order of the Sun was made by the professor. He made a bunch of the organizations and such, and took advantage of everything in the first game. So I'm assuming this is how it's being built out in the second game. Remember, I know 2 is technically a different timeline from 1, but they still share similar events and such, the formation of the Order of the Sun, the formation of the Dawn. There's the general relationship of the triplets and Mitru and Chiaki, those remain the same. There might be differences because of certain events changing and such, but they still play out similarly from the first game, which I'm assuming that's what the prequel novel for 2 is doing. They're showing us that, okay, this is how it this is how these events happen. Yeah, it's a little different because of one important event that creates the events of 2, but it's still similar to the first game sort of scenario. I do like this a lot. Anyway, the amount of the amount of suspicious activity in the town was piling up. However, Chiaki was aware of his limitations as a child to perform a full-fledged investigation. He would need to climb the social hierarchy, a tough task. It's a tough task, even if he was Hisoka of the Order of the Sun. Okay, they misspelled this. It's missing a T. It's a tough task, even if he was Hisoka of the Order of the Sun. It was his goal to uncover the truth. Even if the consequences were dangerous, Chiaki would stop at nothing to keep his precious little sisters out of harm's way. Oh, that's cute. He does see the triplets as like his younger siblings, and to some extent Osu, since he did forge a pretty cool relationship with her. But like, yeah, it is very cute to learn about this. It is. One day in the changing room inside of the Dawn headquarters, the Blood Maidens were undergoing a physical performed by Miko. Okay, girls, line up. Cinderella, no need to look so embarrassed, but I'm a mere schnoot staying outside of the normal attire. That's not true at all. You're cute. Why do we need a physical in the first place? I think it's about time all of you had uniforms, responded Miko. As soon as the words escaped her mouth, the girls became giddy with excitement. The idea of new fashionable uniforms was tantalizing. Like what Red Riding Hood wears, right? I always thought hers was so cool. Me too. Also, I'm sure you look great in them. No. I think you will look much better, princess. You'll be so cool. You'll be so... you will be much cuter, princess. As Osu and Little Mermaid one-up each other in compliments, the rest of the girls rolled their eyes. Despite the light-hearted mood, Thumbelina stared at the ground. Excuse me. Miko, taking notice, asked, Thumbelina, what's the matter? Don't you want a uniform? No, it's not that. Thumbelina stood quietly still, gathering the courage to speak her mind. Is it possible to ask for a blue and white uniform? Blue and white, you mean? Miko realized the connection immediately. It was the same color scheme as Michiru and Chiaki's robes. Okay, there's no other words here. So we just have a picture of like young Cinderella. And like the girls getting ready for their physicals and such. I do know a fact that the Japanese website of Mary Skelter 2, when you go to the tab that has like the prequel novels and such, each chapter other than the first chapter, they have like this like panel that's like a kind of a recap panel, which it shows you like a bunch of like it gives you like a light summary of what happened in the previous chapter, like, oh yeah, previously on Mary Skelter 2 sort of thing. But here's the thing, they actually added new pictures in this panel along with like, the pictures that were shown in that chapter and such. So like, I remember for this one, they actually, for their recap, they actually show all the girls like, getting ready for the physical and such. And everything. Like, it shows like this cute panel of like the girls, like gittering amongst each other, talking about like, oh man, we're gonna get cute uniforms and shit and whatnot. Like, I remember seeing that and I'm like, wow, that's cute. I wish like we actually, get it in the novel, but I guess we don't. So like, you know what? I could actually show it to you guys. I could like pull up my computer screen and go to the website, and then we can like look at the pictures and such. Yeah, that would be a good idea. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. But like, yeah, so yeah, we just get a cute picture of Cinderella getting ready for the physical. The reason for Thumbelina's request was unsurprisingly, as Miko Sir Mist, that she had wanted some common ground with Michiru and Chiaki since the triplets were asked not to visit the orphanage. This nevertheless prompted a raised eyebrow from Miko. You see, a uniform is something we all wear that matches. Red Riding Hood is black and red, right? We can't have you wear a different color. In truth, Miko had her doubts. She hesitated for the Blood Maidens to bear any resemblance to a suspicious organization. Both Snow White and Sleeping Beauty seemed just fallen by her reaction. Osu speaks out. I think blue and white works too. Osu. Unlike Thumbelina, Osu's motivations were slightly more complicated. She was partially motivated by Chiaki's change in character after she sought his counsel, but she too liked the color white. Well, white pretty, like snow. Oh, I think blue is beautiful too, like the ocean, agreed a Little Mermaid. Hope gleamed from the triplets' eyes. Well, if they all wanted, then I wanted too. Yeah, I'm the oldest after all. If my little sisters wanted, then I support them. All of a sudden, the decision to make the universe blue and white were unanimously amongst the Blood Maidens. Miko had little room to protest. Well, maybe we can source some new fabric. Very well, I suppose the universe can be revamped. Yay! Watching the triplets hug one another in glee made Miko smile. A previewed from a tough emotional time for them. Wait, previewed. Wait, prevenant? Fuck. Hold on. Reprieve. A reprieve from a tough emotional time for them. 3 years passed without much incident. The Blood Maidens laughed and cried and even argued sometimes, but their bond was always strong. At the same time, the Dawn had expanded the scope of their research and experiments, putting each of the Blood Maidens' aptitudes into focus. Amongst the biggest revelation was the discovery of the Blood Maidens' awakened state. Massacre mode, aka genocide mode for Japanese people. The term perplexed, pertained. The term pertained to the enhanced physical state Blood Maidens underwent when coming into contact with Mayhem blood. They turned rapid, showing no mercy against any mayhem. While in Massacre mode, the hair of the Blood Maidens turned stark white, their eyes a glowing pink. However, they still retained some sense of self and could be reasoned with. The researchers deluded that the temporary nature of Massacre mode state made it an asset in battle. And so the research continued. However, there was one person of concern, Cinderella. Her pessimistic personality caused the failure of several experiments. Watching Elsu, Little Mermaid, and the triplets succeed in the trials stressed Cinderella to the point of locking herself in the room alone. One day, Cinderella went missing. So, we just have a picture of the jail tower. I'm assuming it's near a train station, like in the title screen of the game. So I'm assuming this is where this picture is located in. It's just in a different angle. So yeah. Chapter 6. Oh my god! We're almost done! Wait, I need to double check something. Hold on. So this is 89. Okay, so it's 89, but it's 21 here. Oh my god, we're almost done. Oh my god. $21. Yeah, there's only 6 yeah, 6 plus 8. Oh my god, we're almost there. Okay, so once we reach the end of story 6, that's why I'll take another bathroom break and water break as well. Well, not bathroom break, water break. Roughly 5 years ago has passed since Elsu and Little Mermaid had joined the Dawn, during which the Blood Maidens welcomed their 8th member. Her name was Kaguya. She came from a small village where she carved out a life attacking mayhem. Her abilities, however, were perceived as something as monstrous as the mayhem. Even Kaguya's adopted family feared her power. Fear soon turned into resentment. As soon as her family became privy to the Dawn's existence, they made contact. Thus, Kaguya was brought to the Dawn, where she received high marks on all of her exams except for the physical. I mean, she's Princess Lazy. It makes sense. However, she was so distraught that she had begun holding up in her room. Try as the maidens might to beg her to come out, the damage was done. Kaguya's emotional scars were deep. The professor and Miko advised for the other girls to give Kaguya space and keep visitations to a minimal. One day, Chiaki, now a full-grown adult, was serving as Hisaka of the Order of the Sun. He had summoned the audience of the Blood Maidens for the first time in a while. With a team and wealth of resources at his disposal, he had finally conducted the investigation of the Dawn he sought since childhood. He hid his investigation and its findings from everyone in order to confirm the findings. However, he would need to discuss them with the Blood Maidens directly. The questions were simple. What their oldest memory was, when they came to learn their names, and what experiments the Dawn has been engaging in. They were harmless questions that they could answer without trouble. Cinderella was the last to be called in. Not that there was a particular order, it was happenstance. This did not escape Cinderella, however, who began to ponder why she had been chosen last. She fell into a negative spiral. Chiaki's questions clearly intimidated Cinderella. He put his hand to his chin and thought, muttering in front of Cinderella with a big sigh. Why did they need 7 blood maidens? The words made Cinderella's heart jump. They needed 7 blood maidens. It was as the professor had always said, hence why he was ecstatic upon discovering the triplets. Of course, there are 8 now. After bidding Chiaki farewell, Cinderella returned to her room. She wrapped her hands around her legs, shivering nervously. They needed 7 blood maidens, but now that we have Kaguya, there's 8 of us. Does that mean they don't need one of us? Who would they kick out? Kaguya had high ranks in her test, which makes the most useless one me. No, you never know. I have to be useful. Cinderella's eyes turned pink without so much of a taste of mayhem blood. Oh yes, this is depressed Cinderella. This is where everything goes south. This is where she starts going missing. And we could assume that from the stress and like from her negative feelings, she's building up corruption, hence why her eyes are turning pink. And you could tell, like, oh, she's gonna go into Blood Skelter, isn't she? Like, this is, like, showing signs and everything. But, like, yeah. Yeah, everything's just gonna go down. Oh boy, One night, the professor and Miko stood in the laboratory engaging in discussion. I'm thinking of choosing one of the blood maidens whom we put under physical and emotional, distress? I think that's supposed to be distress, but they spelled it wrong. To measure the level of corruption. But the research team began qualifying the dangers and stress endured by blood maidens as corruption. Whenever corruption hits a certain point, the experiment would halt. However, the professor became increasingly invested in testing the threshold. Oh, yeah, this is where the professor really does differ from the first game. Because remember, in the first game, everyone's aware of Blood Skelter. Like, it was the first thing that they learned very early on in the timeline, which caused them to be like, oh shit, we can't, like, let the blood maidens be stressed anymore because, like, they might go into Blood Skelter and whatnot. But in this timeline, because of them not knowing about it, they think the blood maidens are limitless. There's no limit to them. So they think like, oh, we can just give them all sorts of like physical and emotional distress as much as we can just to see how much corruption gets built up before they just, snap. And such, which is like, yeah, it's really fucked up. Like, this is extremely fucked up. And whatnot. The experiments will have to be done eventually. We know that corruptions indicates massacre mode, but what lies beyond? I can't help but feel like we have only tapped the surface. The blood maidens are no stranger to darkness, despite being mankind's last hope. Even Red Riding Hood is still only a teen. Such harsh conditions would break them. True, that is the risk, but remember, we only need 7 blood maidens. In other words, I cannot condone what you suggest. Please keep quiet, urged the professor. Sorry, not Miku. What the fuck did I say, Miku? Miko draw in deep breath, opting to change the subject. Beyond that, I'm worried about the Order of the Sun activities. You mean Hisoka? Yes. Hisoka seemed to be ordering his members to move. He's been questioning our girls as well. There's rumors he's forming a combat division within the organization. Don't you think we need to keep an eye on him? It seems that our decision to leave them unattended has cost us. He's gaining power that could cause a problem. The professor stroked his chin. Just then, the door creaked slightly. Miko walked hurriedly to open the door, but there was no one there. Who is it? There's no one here. The professor stroked his chin once more. The next day, Cinderella had disappeared from the dawn. A month has passed since Cinderella's disappearance. Members of the Dawn searched far and wide, but she was nowhere to be found. The professor suggested a worst-case scenario. Cinderella might have wandered to the prison area and gotten killed by a mayhem. At first it was unbelievable, but as weeks turned into a month, the Bloodmaidens despaired their predicament. Do you really think Cinderella would go to the prison area on her own? asked Osu, clearly disturbed. Little Mermaid looked up, rebuttaling. The defense unit members already checked there already, didn't they? Only the entrance where it's not dangerous. I'm sure they didn't go much further. Red Riding Hood held a stern expression. Cinderella was like a little sister to her. Their ages were separated by only a year. So yeah, it is like confirmed Cinderella is 19. I guess. Or like in this case, she is like, I don't know, man. Like the fact that they said that the triplets were like a year younger than Osu and Little Mermaid, that would make them 14. But later on in finale, that's like kind of proven false. So I just take those as like a grain of salt, to be honest. But in this case, Cinderella is the second oldest. It is confirmed that she is at least like 1 or 2 years younger than Red. So like this one makes sense. Like this one actually, like the fact that they said like, oh, their ages are separated by only a year, like that one actually makes sense. There's like a lot of evidence that proves that. But like the whole like Thumbelina sisters being a year younger than Osu and Little Mermaid, that's like kind of moot, to be honest. But like yeah, where did I stop? Hold on. Alright, found it. Separated by only a year. If that were the case, why would she go there alone? We were told not to. Thumbelina sensed the Dawn's suspicions of the Order of the Sun, so she distanced herself from everyone except for her sisters. However, her heart was not too cold to ignore Cinderella's absence. Cinderella was always stressed about not scoring high during the experiments. Yep. Snow White and Sleeping Beauty's brows frowned with worry. The professor ordered the girls to stay put while he went off to join their search party, but the girls could sit still no longer. We should look for her too. Just as Osu proposed they leave, they heard a commotion from outside the room. The girls could not make out what was being said, but it was obvious that the conversation wasn't peaceful. I wonder what's going on. Let's check. Red Riding Hood broke into a strive, and the other girls followed. As the Bloodmaidens left the building, they saw what appeared to be members of the Order of the Sun gallivanting and hollering in the streets. It confused members of the Dawn, but when the Order of the Sun's members noticed the Bloodmaidens, their cries became louder. It's them! They're the ones that killed Sir Hisoka. Thumbelina froze. That's right, I saw it too. It was a brat dressed the same way, with blue hair. She killed Sir Hisoka in front of us. The ear of the adults confused the Bloodmaidens. They could not bring themselves to eject. Thumbelina, however, approached one of the believers and asked Hisoka, wait, are you talking about Chi? Was Chi murdered? What do you mean? The Order of the Sun believers seemingly recognized Thumbelina and put their hands on her instantly. Thumbelina, you guys should come back this instant. The Dawn cannot be trusted. I'm asking you what happened, yelled Thumbelina. The members lowered their voices and began to explain. Sir Hisoka organized an organization to scout the prison. I was a part of it. Yesterday, while we were exploring, we found a girl dressed like you guys. She ambushed us, killed Sir Hisoka, and disappeared further inside. The Blood Maidens felt speechless. A heavy cloud hovered over their conversation until Thumbelina repeated one detail. Blue hair. That's right, she had long blue hair down to her hips. A blue hair girl with hair down to her hips dressed in a Blood Maiden's uniform. Only one person could fit that description. Snow White, sleepy, let's go home. All of a sudden, Thumbelina grabbed a hold of her sister's hands and marched swiftly back from whence they came. Huh? Sister Thumbelina, wait. Their attempts to resist were futile. In the end, they let their sister pull them away. No, I can't let them go, thought Osu. She ran up to Thumbelina to tug on to tug at her back. Wait, Dumbledore, shut up. Don't follow us. Hearing the pain cry, Osu stopped. Dumbledore also halted in her tracks, peeked over her shoulder for the last word. I'm going to find out if it's true or not, so for now on. It wasn't until she completed her sentence that she looked at Osu and Little Mermaid in the eye. Don't follow us. She shouted tearfully. Tearfully. Just the sisters have departed from the dawn. And look at this, the sad event. The three sisters leaving because of the death of Chiaki. There had been some kind of mistake, one that would soon clear up, and the triplets Cinderella and Chiaki would all return home. The silent prayer lingered in the back of everyone's mind, but no one ever returned. Without the truth or any signs of Cinderella coming to light, Chiaki's corpse was recovered. The Order of the Sun held a solemn ceremony, one that the Dawn was forbidden from attending. A few months later, it was revealed that the triplets were proposed as the new Hisukas of the Order of the Sun. Scouting teams reported that the girls no longer wore their blood maiden uniforms, but instead wore garbs of the Order of the Sun. Then there was only 4 blood maidens, leading to more conservative experiments on behalf of the Dawn. Without explanation, Kaguya came out of her room one day, open and eager to participate in the experiments. In different circumstances, her behavior would have been encouraging, but the manner in which she seemed stressed drew concern from much of the Dawn. Red Riding Hood, however, insisted upon Cinderella's innocence. There had to be some mistake. The professor never declined the possibility, so Red Riding Hood pleaded with him to entertain the idea of the triplets' return. How could things have fallen apart like this? Osu contemplated the motion to herself quietly. Eventually, research on the tower has stagnated. Time has passed. It would be another 5 years until they found a new blood maidens. However, no one knew it would be the curtain call of despair. And here we have the last picture of the Mary Skelter 2 prequel novel. This is where the original print ended. We have Jack and Alice together in the cell, just like before. So yeah, this is where the original prequel novel ended, like the first early prints of it. Later prints, like the finale print, added two bonus chapters, which you do need to play the game to like read, because those contain heavy spoilers. But like all the things I've been talking to you guys about, the first 6 chapters of the prequel novel, you can read that after you get Cinderella. Like, I would say that's like safe for you to read, because it doesn't go any further than that. So like, yeah, since we are using the finale print, I will be reading more, the 2 bonus chapters. So we'll start with this one. The Crane Wife Suit. A long time ago, there lived a hard-working man with a humble abode nest in the mountains. One wintry day, the man hiked from his cabin into the snowy forest to gather firewood. Along his usual trail, he encountered a slender bird struggling to flap its wings. He examined it from afar, discovering it to be a beautiful long-legged crane. The crane hobbled through the feeble attempts to take flight, but to no avail. Before long, the bird crumbled to the icy ground in fatigue. The man saw this and made a curious approach. Hidden between the branches, his eyes spotted the wicked hunter's trap. Ensnared around the crane's leg, painfully barring it from escape. Painfully barring it from escape. Poor thing, just a second. Let me get that off of you, he muttered. From his breath came vapors which escaped into the frigid air. Delicately, he removed the crane's leg from the trap, and he reached for his canteen, swiftly removing the cap to pour water on the bird's wounded lake. They're all better. Watch out. Don't want to get caught like that again, he said. As if in thanks, the crane let out a gentle wail before it took flight. It soon disappeared far away into the white sky. Days passed, but on one harsh, snowy night, huddled around his hearth, a man heard a light knocking outside of his. The man heard a light knock outside his front door. Now, who could that be at this hour? He wondered, rubbing. Oh. Wait, fuck, I need to read this real quick. Hold on. Now, who would that be at this hour, he wondered, rubbing his hands by the fire. With a groan, he got to his feet. Hi, Gwen. Oh my god. How are you? Finally, I can take like a small break from reading. I mean, I already took like a water break earlier, but yay! I can like kind of rest my voice a little. Doing good, you. Oh, I'm doing fine. We just finished the first 6 chapters of the Mary Skelter 2 prequel novel. Like, I'm actually like almost done. We only have 2 chapters left. Compared to the first game, where like each chapter is like very long. Like, there's a lot of pages in each chapter, but in this one, the chapters are actually pretty short. I can like you saw that this is like 2 hours long, and we already finished the first 6 chapters. And such. Yeah, 2 hours reading session is kind of a lot. And if you're reading out loud, that is. Yeah, I am like trying to read in like a normal tone. Like, I'm not trying to read out loud and such, so like it's kind of helping me a little, but at the same time I can actually feel my throat like slowly getting dry as we're going on and such. But like, yeah, Glenn, you only missed like the first 6 chapters, which was actually where the prequel novel ended. So I do need to like explain this real quick. So when Mary Skelter 2 came out, the prequel novel only had 6 chapters, and you can tell by me reading for 2 hours, you can just finish it within 2 hours. And such. But later versions of Mary Skelter 2 prequel novel, more specifically the finale prints of it, they added 2 bonus chapters in it. And I would say this, you can in fact read this game's prequel novel when you get Cinderella, which is like the halfway point of the game. You see, the first 6 chapters only covers the events mentioned from the first half of Mary Skelter 2. But if you were reading the finale print like I am right now, the 2 bonus chapters, you actually need to beat the game in order to read those 2. So like, that's an interesting case of like how Mary Skelter 2's prequel novel is handled. Like, compared to the first game, where you actually do need to beat the game in order to understand the first game's prequel novel and such. But like, yeah, that's all I have to say. So since you're here, Gwen, I don't mind like showing you the illustrations for each of the chapters, because like that's like something quick that I can do and such. So yeah, let's do that. So chapter 1, the first half of it, is actually like a word-for-word retelling of the original story of Little Mermaid. But I'm not kidding with that statement. Like, when you read the first chapter of the prequel novel, you are literally reading the original fairy tale of the Little Mermaid, which I have to point out is a bit of a like, I wouldn't call it sad. It's like, it plays out exactly like how you expect the Disney version is, except there's no bad guy, like at all. There's literally no bad guy in it. And such, and like, it ends with the Little Mermaid turning to sea foam in the end. Even though she doesn't necessarily die, she turns into the Children of the Wind, which is essentially like this, I guess, angel-like being that watches over lovers with kindness. And if she just happens to watch over like a certain amount of lovers, she will gain a soul, which will allow her to be reunited with the prince. And I know that sounds like nonsense, to be honest, but like, the best way you could describe the original version of The Little Mermaid is basically, we learned that mermaids in this fairy tale, they have no souls. Like, when they die, they turn to sea foam and they cease to exist. Unlike humans, where they have a soul, and when they die, you know, their soul goes into like the afterlife and shit, they continue to exist and whatnot. But mermaids, they get the short end of it. They're like, yeah, we can live for like 300 years, but when we die, we literally just poof into nothingness. There's no soul left. There's just nothing left. And such. But like, yeah, here's like an illustration of the original fairy tale. Like, look, this is the Little Mermaid meeting the prince when she became 15. And you can tell by the design of the Little Mermaid, it looks like the mermaid that we know in Mary Skelter. Oh wait, there's no picture here. Hold on. Then the next one is in Mary Skelter World, where... Look at that! It's young Osu and Little Mermaid. Osu's gonna save Princess. And then this is them, like, getting married. Like, Osu literally just proposed to her. And then Mermaid's like, I'll accept your proposal if you become my prince instead of you becoming my bride. And such, but like, yeah, this is when they get married. This is where Osu proposes and Mermaid accepts it. And such. And then this is when the two meet Red Riding Hood. And she's like accompanied with like members of the Dawn. You can tell by the guy with the messy hair that's Haru, or One-Eyed Blacksmith. And like there's just random people in the background. Like there's no important people right there. And this picture is just the rescue center, you know, like where Miko works on, not Miku. I don't know why the fuck I said Miku. But yeah, And then this is Osu when she gets exposed to Mayhem Blood for the first time. This is how like Haru and Red Riding Hood discovers that Osu and to some extent Little Mermaid are blood maidens. So like yeah, we have this cool picture. And then this is just the Dawn headquarters, just in a different angle. Like, man, remember seeing this in Mary Skelter 1 every time you go back to home base? Like, yep, look at it, sweet home. And then this picture right here is essentially Osu's fairy tale, the crane wife. So we have the crane that got trapped. And like the guy saves the crane. And then a few days later, in like a really bad stormy, like really bad cold night, he heard a knock on the front door. And there was a beautiful woman waiting there. And she just decides like, hey, I'm your wife now. So like, I want to help you like cook and clean. Like, that's literally how the guy in the crane wife got a wife. He's just like, one day, he's just like resting at home, just trying to keep warm and shit. He hears a knock on the door, opens it, finds a cute girl. The cute girl's like, oh, I'm your wife now, so like, I'm gonna barge in and like cook you food and like help you out with cleaning. Like, just like that. Just like, literally just like that. It's funny. I don't know why. It's just like, yep. Just minding your own business until a random bird decides to be your wife. Yep. The guy was just like, wait. Hold on. And such. And this is when Red Riding Hood meets Cinderella, and for the first time, like, look at that. Cute. Of course, you know, Osu and Little Mermaid in the background just looking at them going like, how sweet. And then this one is just the laboratory in a different angle. Like, nothing special about it. And then this is when Osu and Little Mermaid meet Michiru for the first time. And Michiru just decides like, you know what? I'm just gonna hug her right in front of her wife. And such. And what's funny is that Osu actually gets along with Michiru because they both have heterochromia, you know, like two different eye colors and such. And what's even more interesting is that Michiru points out that, hey, you have a red right eye and a blue left eye like me. And like, they just end up hitting it off like that. They're just like, hey, you have different eye colors like me and such. Like, that's like one way to make friends, right? Of course, you know, Little Mermaid got jealous. She's like, oh, don't touch my prince. Like, what? How dare you hug her? And then we have this picture of Osu meeting up with Chiaki in the dead of night. So I do need to explain the context of this picture. So essentially, Osu was doing an experiment with the professor where she has to like lick these test tubes that has like blood in them and such. So the first tube was like Merhem blood, but the second one that she licks ends up having a similar like feel to Merhem blood, but at the same time it's very different. And it didn't take Osu a long time to figure out that, wait a minute, the blood that I licked from the second sample was human blood. And she ends up like going to Chiaki to tell him about it, because like she ends up developing like a brotherly relationship with him. So she's like, oh man, I need to go talk to Chiaki about this, because like I kind of want him to know about this to kind of give me like counseling and such. So like yeah, she just goes to him and she's like, hey, I think the experiment that the professor made me do, I taste human blood, and it had a similar effect to Mayhem blood. And then this picture here is just Chiaki becoming Hisuka. Like, this is when the Order of the Sun started to form, and he decides to become Hisuka. Look at him. Look at the uniform he gets. Like, this is young Chiaki, mind you. Like, this is him still, like, as a kid. So, like, yeah. Next one, we have Cinderella getting ready for a physical exam. Nothing much to say. Like, honestly, there's really not much to say. It's just like, okay, she's just really nervous about it. Look how shy she is. And such. And also, like, if you're wondering about, like, what's the text saying over here, the girls are talking about... Okay, so Miko essentially asked the girls, like, hey, we're gonna have uniforms and such. Like, aren't you guys excited for it? And, like, all the girls are, like, really happy about it. And then Dumbelina proposes, like, hey, can we have the uniforms be in the same color as the Order of the Sun? And at first, Miko like, she was against the idea, but Osu was like, you know what? I like white and blue. They look really cool. And then all the girls, like, you know, all agree that, yeah, white and blue is better than red and black. So Miko was like, okay, fine. Like, we can, like, revamp the uniforms and such. And, like, you know, the three sisters are really happy about it. And such. But, like, yeah. This one right here is just like a different angle of the title screen. You know, like, there's like a random train station looking up at the jail tower. There's not much to say other than, like, cool angle shot. Like, this looks cool. And then this one is the important one. This is Cinderella slowly succumbing to her stress, aka her corruption. And the reason for this image is because, essentially, when Kaguya joined the Dawn, Cinderella kept, like, thinking down on herself because, like, she noticed that out of all the girls, she notices that she's not doing well with her tests and such. Like, she's getting, like, straight B's while everyone else is, like, getting A pluses and such. And it didn't help the fact that Chiaki started to question the girls now that he's an adult. Like, this takes place, like, 5 years before the events of 2. So, I'm assuming that at that point, Chiaki met the minimal requirement of being an adult is and such. I don't know what it is, to be honest, but, like, yeah. So he essentially started interviewing each of the girls, asking them, like, random questions and such. And then eventually he gets to Cinderella, where she notices that, wait a minute, out of all the girls, I'm the last one. And since, you know, Cinderella is known for being, you know, having low self-esteem, and she's quite pessimistic, she starts thinking negatively about it. And then eventually, after his interview with Cinderella, he ends up making, like, a weird comment that Cinderella ends up reading in a, you know, a really negative way, where he's like, why does the professor need only 7 blood maidens? And of course Cinderella's like, wait, they only need 7, not 8? And then it didn't help the fact that later that night, Cinderella accidentally stumbles upon a conversation with Miko and the professor, where the professor proposes that, hey, you wanna, like, physically and emotionally torture the blood maidens to test, like, how much corruption they can, like, build up? Because, like, I think we have enough, like, time to do so, right? Like, that seems, like, completely morally right? and everything. Of course, Miko was against it, and then you know the professor's like, okay, fine, we won't do that. Like that was just something that I proposed. We don't actually have to do it and shit. And then he starts commenting about like only needing 7 blood maidens, and then Cinderella ends up leaving the conversation at that point. And then she's in her room, just like having a lot of negative thoughts in her mind, where you get this, you know, this passage right here where she says that they need 7 blood maidens, but now that we have Kaguya, there's 8 of us. Does that mean they don't need 1 of us? Who would they kick out? Kaguya got high scores on her test, which makes the most useless one me. No, you never know. I had to be useful. Cinderella's eyes turned pink without so much of a taste of mayhem blood. And then the next day she ran away. And such. But like, yeah, you get this really sad image of Cinderella stuck in her negative thoughts, and she's slowly getting corrupted from them. Is there another? Yeah. Okay. Found it. Alright. So this image right here is when the Dries sisters leave the Dawn after they discovered that Chiaki got killed by a mysterious being who's wearing a blood maiden uniform and happens to have pink hair. I mean, not pink hair, blue hair. And a lot of people think it was Cinderella who killed Chiaki. And such. Of course, like, Thumbelina at that point, well, the Dries sisters, more specifically Thumbelina, they're kind of fed up with the Dawn. They're like, wait, we're told by our own, we're told by Chiaki, who we see as like an older brother figure, to like, don't visit us anymore because the whole, like, you know, they became a religious cult and shit. But he ends up, like, you know, telling them, like, you know what, like, I don't mind you guys visiting us if we happen to have like time for that and shit, but like, please don't call me by, like, you know, Chiaki, and like, you know, call me Mitru. Just call us by our religious titles and shit. And then the Dawn people are like, oh, they're a religious cult. Of course they're sus. Like, we don't want to like associate with them. And whatnot. And like, you know, they try to forbid the Dries sisters from visiting the Order of the Sun. And then, you know, things get worse when Cinderella, which we learn is practically Thumbelina's best friend, she ran away. And she went missing for like a good month. And then she hears the news that, oh, like, someone killed Chiaki when he's like exploring like an area of the jail, and that person happens to look like Cinderella. Of course, at that point, you know, Thumbelina just had enough. Like, she's like, you know what? No more Dawn. Like, no more. She can't handle it anymore. She's just gonna go back to the Order of the Sun to help out, you know, Mitru now, since, you know, Mitru lost her younger brother, which is like a really sad event to have, mind you. And everything, and she took her sisters with her and everything. So like, yeah, this is what the whole image is supposed to represent. It's the Dries sisters leaving the Dawn. And then we get the final image of the prequel novel, which is Jack and Alice stuck in the jail and such. And like, yeah, a lot of shit happened. So they went from 8 blood maidens to only 5 left. And then they're like, oh, we haven't found a new blood maiden in 5 years, mind you, until they found Alice. But even then, it's not a happy thing because of the events of Mary Skelter 2. Hoo boy. And such. But I'm gonna read your comment real quick. So, let's see. Just minding your business until a random bird decides to be your wife. Yep. Professor is like, let's just torture them to test their limits. Haha, just kidding. Unless... Pretty much. That's how the professor is in 2. Like, it's... Like, I know the reason why he's like that is because he's not aware of what Blood Sculptor is. Because remember, in Mary Sculptor 2, they don't know what Blood Sculptor is. Like, it wasn't common knowledge. So as a result, like, they weren't aware of the limitations of the Blood Maiden. So, of course, in this timeline, the professor is more, you know, ambitious with his experiments and such. Which led to, you know, the whole, hey, let's torture them to test their limits. Like, and whatnot. Like, my god. But yeah, a lot of shit happens, Gwen. Like, a lot of shit happens in this prequel novel. Same like the first game, But things really hit the fan in 2. Like, my god, once you like read this prequel novel and such, and then you see like how Mary Skelter 2 plays out, like when you play the game and you see the story plays out, you're just like, holy shit, no wonder things went downhill from that point. And whatnot. Like, it's amazing. Like, it's amazing to see. Like, when you compare it to the first game's prequel novel, where it was designed to be like, you know, oh, it's designed to build the world. But when you get to the last few chapters, you're given like hints of hope that, hey, maybe one day humanity will escape from the jail and such. That was the whole point of the first game's prequel novel and such. There was like a hopeful feeling in that. 2, on the other hand, is like, yep, we're going down and down the rabbit hole, and it's not a pretty sight. Hoo boy. It's like Ropa. It's just despair. It's literally just despair. And such. But like, yeah, this is all the images. This is all you just miss, Gwen. I can't, like, I do apologize if my recap seems a little bit too long than usual. It's just a case of me trying to, like, explain everything the best I can in, like, minimal words and shit. But like, yeah, we're gonna go read the bonus chapters next, and if we do have enough time, I'm gonna boot up the remake, and we're gonna go see me beat up the final boss. And such, but like, yeah, that's all. Like, I'm hoping that I'll finish this within like the next hour or maybe less, so that when I boot up the remake, you're just gonna see me kick the final boss's ass a lot. So like, yeah, that's fine. I think that's like a good way for me to handle the stream. So like, yeah. Where did I stop by? I need to go look for the place I stopped by real quick. It was this one. Yeah, it was this one. Okay, so no, it's good. Thanks for the recap. No problem, Gwen. Like, I don't mind doing recaps as long as I'm like, okay, how can I explain this in the most simplistic way possible without going to too much detail? But give enough detail for people to understand. And whatnot. But like, yeah, where was I? Oh yeah, found it. So Swan opened the door to find his surprise, a visitor to be a fair and lovely lady standing out in the cold. Forgive me, my name is Osu. If you don't mind, could I trouble you to shelter me for the evening? The man surmised that she had lost her way in the blizzard. Not wanting her to freeze, he nodded and pulled back the door to let her in. A few days later, the woman who called herself Osu had continued to stay in the man's cabin, and with no apparent desire to leave. Each day, Osu prepared a warm, home-cooked meal for the man and gracefully kept his simple home pleasant and tidy. The man, grateful for Osu's household contributions, felt no urge to dismiss her. But one day, as the two sat in silence, the young man raised his head from his welt stone and knife to glance over at Osu. So Osu, he began, how much longer are you planning to stay here? Osu bowed her head and responded, please, if you may, would you take me as your wife? Her proposal echoed for a few moments in the man's ears. You must think me a fool. There's no chance a lady as pretty as you would marry someone like me. Look at me, so poor I could hardly feed myself, he chattered. But his disbelief did not deter Osu. You need not to worry, for I am quite the weaver. If you sell my fabric, then these days of what the fuck is that word? Wait, hold on. I need to search this up. I know English is like my first language, but there's some words that I'm not familiar with. So because of that, I'm like, wait a second. How do you say this word again? These days of austerity, wait, hold on. Austerity will become something of the past, smiled Osu. I see. If that's what you want, then I'll be honored to take you as my wife. And so they were wed. The two became husband and wife. The next day, Osu awoke at dawn. She looked over at her groom in their shared bed and said to him, "Promise me that you will not peek inside the room when I weave. While I weave." He obligated her with a nod. Osu then rose from bed and went into the adjacent room to sit at her loom. For the rest of the day, the loom rhythmic clicks would be heard throughout the cabin. As promised, the man did not look inside the room while his wife worked. Only after a week did the clicking cease. Tired from the constant weaving, Osu emerged from hiding. In her hand, she held a alluring silk brocade. I think that's what it is, brocade? Like none other. Please head to the market in town and sell this. The man followed his wife's suggestion and left for town. Soon enough, he found a suitor willing to pay the high price Osu's fine roll of fabric commanded. His pockets sagged heavily with gold. The man rushed home and eagerly showed Osu the fruits of her loom. She could not hide her ecstatic elation at the sight of her husband's excitement. The next day, Osu awoke once more at dawn. "Promise me that you will not peek inside the room while I weave," she repeated. She returned to her loom and resumed her work. Her husband, however, was a bit by curiosity as to how Osu managed to weave such a beautiful brocade. Unable to contain himself, on the 7th day of Osu's weaving, he indulged himself by sneaking a quick glimpse inside. It was not Osu he saw, but a crane plucking its feathers one by one to compose the ornate patterned fabric on the loom. Without a word, the man tiptoed away to escape her notice. Moments later, Osu came out of the room and handed him another rich silk quilt. But as the man returned a look of awe, Osu opened her lips to speak. "Despite our promise, it seems you look inside my room and have learned the truth. Yes, I am the crane you saved before. I came to repay my debt by transforming into a woman, but now that you know my identity, I cannot stay with you. I can no longer stay with you." She admitted to him persuasively, despite were the man's pleas for forgiveness, but Osu only looked down as she exited his cabin. Forgiveness, but Osu's pointed her eyes at the ground as she... Wait, hold on. They kind of repeated it. What the fuck? Okay, she pointed her eyes at the ground as she exited his cabin. In tears, the man followed her outside and gawked as she transformed back into a crane. Spreading her majestic wings, she let out a final crawl in labyrinth and took to the skies, never to be seen again. So yeah, this is how Osu's fairy tale ended. Guy finds out he slept with a bird, and the bird's like, "Oh, I was the bird that you saved me from like all those years, all those like times ago, and like now I have to leave you because you know the truth and shit." What's interesting is that some variations of the fairy tale, when she left, she leaves behind a baby, which is like, you know, their child and shit and whatnot. But like, yeah, either way, Osu just disappears. Like, it doesn't matter which variation of the fairy tale, she always disappears in the end. Yeah, now we're back to Mary Skelter World. So the Tokyo Metropolitan Government Building number 1, situated atop the building's 45th floor, was a observatory where tourists came to enjoy the ongoing Festival of the Weaver. Strips of paper where handwritten wishes were tied to bamboo decorations as ornaments for the occasion. There, a young girl earnestly wrote her own wish upon a slip of paper. "Finish, Mommy, can you put this up?" the child requested. She handed her wish to her mother, who tied it to one of the bamboo branches with a smile. "What do you wish for?" asked her mother. I wish for Osu to come back." "Oh, you love that story, don't you?" The timid girl nodded wordlessly, cradling her precious picture book against her chest. It was titled The Crane Wife. Her book was not professionally bounded, but it was eye-catching nevertheless. marked with marked with scrawled Japanese on its front cover and drew out its construction paper pages. One may assume a child put it together. Oh my. That's cute. The fact that the picture book that the girl has on her was literally just made like it was made from like an arts and crafts store, like from an elementary school person is like, that's really cute. The fact that she's like, yeah, this is my treasure, like I like this, like and such. The picture book was not available in any bookstore, rather it came from a flea market. In one corner of this flea market sat a stall offering similarly made picture books. Rolls of books include Alice in Wonderland, Jack and the Beanstalk, Red Riding Hood, The Little Mermaid, and more were arranged in front. Curiously, the girl's mother inquired about the origins of these books to the vendor. He told her that a young girl who had aspired to become a famous author wrote them herself, but their unrefined look had sadly discouraged many buyers. One book in particular caught the mother's eye, The Crane Wife. Okay, so you can kind of assume by like how the seller words like who made the book and such, like, you know how he explains who made the books and everything and how they're like handmade and shit. It is implied that it was Mitru who made these books, and that I'm assuming the person, I think it's the preschool. Yeah, like, okay, so Mitru was in preschool with her younger brother, and she was a storyteller. Like, she likes telling stories and shit. Like, we learned that from the first game and everything. So I'm assuming that she made, like, her own, well, I wouldn't call it her own versions, but she just made, like, picture books of these fairy tales. And the preschool was like, oh yeah, we're gonna go to the free market and, like, sell shit. Like, you guys have anything you want to sell and everything. And, like, I'm assuming Mitru, because of, like, genuinely passionate and such, she's like, oh yeah, you can sell my picture books, like, I'm pretty sure other kids will love it and shit. And like, she always wanted to be an author, so might as well and everything. So like, yeah, that's why we have these, like, you know, simply made picture books that were literally made by like an elementary school kid. And it's like, it's a really adorable thing to see. I don't know, I don't know how else to word it. It's really cute. Oh my god. And whatnot, but like, yeah, okay. She asked the vendor for its price. He responded, 300 yen? That's like, hold on, I need to like punch in the numbers real quick. That's like $2. That's literally just $2. That's, huh. $2 for the crudely made picture book. Honestly, it doesn't seem that bad, if I'm gonna be honest with you. That doesn't seem like a bad price. I mean, it was literally made by like an elementary school kid, so like, I guess $2 is fine. All right, that's cute. And whatnot, but like, yeah, reasonable enough to pursue the mother to purchase the book for her daughter. Afterwards, the mother took her daughter to a local park and read the story out loud. When the story finished, the little girl bawled all to her mother excitedly about where the crane had gone and if she would return. Something about Osu's tale engrossed her. The Tokyo Metropolitan Building stood next to the park where the mother and daughter sat. Remembering the observatory cafe on the building's top floor, the mother thought to take her daughter to view the city from above. It just so happened that today was the festival of the weaver, and it just so happened to have traditional bamboo decorations. And it just so happened that the daughter wrote her wish on the slip of paper. And so just so happened that she asked for Osu's return. And just so happened that today the seeds of a nightmare fell upon Earth. I don't remember waking up. I hardly remember much at all. All I knew was that I was a monster. There were other monsters everywhere. None of them could speak very well. Despite the circumstances, I wasn't scared. In fact, the notion of being a monster came easily to me. Now and then, I had been struck by a reoccurring thought, a feeling that I had forgotten something, but for some reason, it never bothered me. There were plenty of places in the Metropolitan building I liked. Places with nice flowy breeze. Yeah, with a nice flowy breeze. And places with pretty views. Sorry. Excuse me. Alright. Food wasn't hard to come by either. Not surprised that I wasn't scared. I was a monster just like everyone else here. And this was my home. Simple at that. But over time, things changed. Other monsters began to tease and pester me. They were strong, I was weak. Soon I became unwelcome, so I left the building. Let me rephrase that. I hurried out of there as fast as I possibly could. I roamed far and wide until I stumbled upon a certain structure. It was something I later learned was called an aquarium. I stepped inside cautiously. If other monsters live here, would they tease me like the others had? No, I'll be fine. Nothing to be afraid of. I'm a monster too, after all. At first, I got on great with other monsters at the Metropolitan building. I had a feeling it was my fault, like I somehow aggravated them. If I played it safe at the aquarium, no one would bother me. Soon enough, my assumptions were proven wrong. I went deep into a room lined with glass tanks. I felt a presence behind me. I shot a quick look over my shoulder. There lay my eyes on a beast I'd never seen before. It was bigger, more fearsome, more brute than monsters where I used to live. Before I could speak, it charged at me. Gah! Stop! I meant to say stop, but words came out muffled. I groaned in terror as I fled. I wanted to run outside, but the larger monster blocked me from passing. My only hope was to head deeper into the structure, but the thought turned my stomach. Sure enough, more monsters appeared around me, drawing my chances to escape. I cowered with my back against the wall, stretched out my arms to start off their advances, but it was useless. They encircled me, readying their collective assault. Sorry. It occurred to me that I might have encroached upon their territory. I begged for forgiveness, but those cries were unanswered. Sorry, those cries went unanswered. Went unanswered. My bad. Whatever from my inability to articulate or their savagery, I did not know. In any case, the monsters pounded as a unit, biting, scratching, and beating me relentlessly. Blood trickled in streams down my body. Everything hurts. I couldn't move. I knew my time had come. My wounds always heal themselves when I live in the Metropolitan building, but not here. Am I going to die? No. Scary. I do not want to die. Hey! A voice cut through the darkness. It halted the monsters from their ravenous attack, and turned their heads in the direction from where it came. I followed suit. A figure stood down the corridor. It was no monster, it was a human, a girl, who trembled as she shot a hateful glance at the pack of monsters. You there! Go away! Stop teasing it! Her voice wavered. Her voice was high-pitched in a cute sort of way, but that only empowered its delivery. Could it be? Was I the it she was referring to? How could she try to save me and she quivered from fear? Go away, I said. The girl picked up a rock at her feet and tossed it at the monsters. Gah! It only engaged them further. As the pack of monsters regrouped, No, I knew I had to distract them, but my wounds impaled me. Impaled me. My eyes lay fixed on her, hoping she would have the sense to escape, but she was unprocured. She grabbed another rock and drew it towards them. Doubting down on her warning. What occurred next was sheer luck. She struck one of the oncoming monsters in the head with the rock's jaded edge. From its forehead gushed pink blood, which splattered upon the mysterious girl. Then it happened. All of a sudden, the girl entered a ferocious frenzy, grabbing a hold of the creatures before tearing their flesh apart with her bare hands. Witnessing their kin meet a grisly end, the other monsters pressed their feet into the ground and stuttered away. Wait, not stuttered. Skittered away. All who remained were me and the girl covered in blood. Her vagrant eyes bored up into me. Gah! I yelped involuntarily from fear. Her eyes were completely pink. What's going on? I thought she was a human. Is she a monster too? But she saw me. But she saved me. That's all. Why did they wrote it in like fancy handwriting? Like my eyes thought it said she saw me, but it's actually she saved me. After a moment of silence, the pink blood faded from her eyes. It was then she suddenly snapped out of her trance-like state. She shook in place. I wonder if she felt as scared as me. I attempted to introduce myself, forgetting in the moment my inkept speech. Explanation point. Upon hearing my unintelligible voice, she ran away. I must have scared her. I was the scared one. I guess we have that in common. She was the one encrusted in blood. Death's aftermath is putrid business. Death's aftermath is putrid business. I plugged my nose at the stench around me. I stayed on the ground, nursing my dropping injuries. Her pink eyes and her pink eyes and ferocity made me wary of fear. Yet she saved me, conquering her own fear to protect me. I couldn't dink her, even if I wanted to. She likely would have run away just the same. I wondered if we could ever meet again, so I could express my thanks. My whole body aches from pain. She might have saved me, but would I still die here alone? I heard something plop beside me. A wet towel was thrown to the ground. From the corner of my squinted eye, I saw the girl in hiding staring back at me. Our eyes met, then she fled. Then she tossed this to me. The towel was white and clean. I reached to grasp it and wiped the blood from my wounds. I scanned the vicinity, and she couldn't have gone far. And here we go. I could have guessed whose point of view is this part of the story of. Yeah, it's kind of obvious if you played the game and got to the ending and shit. That's why I had to. This is why this bonus chapter actually requires you to beat the game in Mary Skelter 2, in order for you to be like, oh, I know who this person's talking. I know who's the narrator. And such, but yeah. From then on, our precarious relationship began. I decided to stay at the aquarium. It seems she lived there too. We encountered each other on occasion, often when I explored the area. At first, these meetings were brief, a moment of recognition before scaring away. Over time, this ritual evolved. After fleeing at a certain distance, both of us would stop to turn around and study the other. I wanted to speak to her, but my shyness wouldn't prevent me. Instead, I found a new way to tell her I meant no harm. One day, the same thing happened again. We noticed one another and sprinted in the opposite direction before stealing a look. This time, however, I decided to wave my hand. Explanation point. I could see the surprise in her expression. ... She slowly raised her hand and returned my wave. It was not with a smile, but with with anticipation. Not that I disappointed her. Living in fear was something we had in common. I decided to take one step forward her. She did the same just when I started to move. Startled, we both ran away again. What a cute interaction. This continued for a while. We maintained a healthy distance, but came closer in approach each time. Why did I misread that? I longed to introduce myself, to become friends, but we both held back. But the song and dance eventually worked its magic. Before long, we craft new means of communication. First, I looked for food and clean fabric, which I left at the scene where she saved me. I would leave and return a few days later to find that they went missing. I took joy in knowing she accepted my offerings, but what gave me greater joy was the sound of her voice. She began to sing from afar. Her voice moved me. It was as if her melody was meant for my ears alone. It drilled me so much that I continued to leave food I continued to leave food, which she repaid as expected with a beautiful song. But in one instance, she left me a gift which struck me, a picture book. I left her some rations, and upon returning, I discovered its place a dim book. The cover read, The Little Mermaid. It was unclear to me why she left it. Maybe she believed mistakenly, of course, that her singing was not enough, but I took it as a form of introduction. It was then I promised to myself, tomorrow, yes, tomorrow is when I shall muster the courage to tell her. Thank you for saving me, Little Mermaid. But all of a sudden, she went missing. My food offerings went unattended, and thus they rot away. I measured around the aquarium for a few days on end for a clue, but it was no use. How many days I searched for Little Mermaid is unknown to me. Enough to realize that she was gone. Without her here, I lost my purpose in remaining. I have nowhere to go. Reluctantly, I returned to the Metropolitan building. Wait, which way was the Metropolitan building again? As I trod off silently into the darkness, I soon wandered into some kind of underground dungeon, vast beyond belief. Desperate to survive, I ate whatever I found. My body began to change. It was as if my body began to envelop by another body so that I could hide myself within another self. Yes, I wouldn't hurt no more. I became a husk, a monster without a soul. I kept wandering for years in the darkness of the underground dungeon. I lost most of my ability to speak along with my memories. Soon, a group of girls, tinged with a scent of blood, and a single boy came into my underground dungeon. The girls conquered fate and killed off my past. With that, I became a master of my own future. Yay! One more chapter left, Gwen. We're almost there. Wait, oh, it's Rudo. Oh, hey, Rudo. Oh my god. Because of you and Gwen sharing the same color on my screen, I accidentally mistake Rudo for Gwen. I'm so sorry, Rudo. I didn't know. My bad. But yeah, hey, Rudo, how are you? Oh, let me change the color then. I don't know how you do that, to be honest, but like, it says it's okay. Oh my god. I did not notice. My eyes were like busy reading. I'm like slowly glancing at chat and I'm like, huh. Alright. But yeah, oh my god, we're almost done. This final chapter, and after that, I'll be like booting up the remake and shit. And we're gonna beat up the final boss. And whatnot. And not only that, we're gonna beat up the final boss 10 times. So I hope you guys are ready, because we're gonna fight the final boss 10 times just because of completion's sakes, because you know me, I like to 100% shit. But like, yeah. Let me change the color then. It's okay. Hey, Gwen is green now. Let's go. But like, yeah. Let me turn something off real quick. I accidentally left a tab open, and I didn't want that tab to be open. Hold on. Alright, done. Alright. Final chapter. Let's go. Story 8. Bonus chapter. You know, life's a real pain sometimes, but everyone knows that already, especially down here. But who am I to talk? It's not like I know anything else. But I heard all the stories the grown-ups tell. Long before I was born, this town was much different. The sky stretched endlessly above the world. A big old sun burned up high in the air. It was a warm, peaceful, and normal life. If that was normal. What do you call this? Well, I guess we're the furthest thing from normal. Oh, you heard of the sun? Have you seen it before? Maybe it's an old man thing. I mean, you don't look too young to me. Yeah. Yep, I know an old man when I see one. If you want me to stop calling you old, you better do something about that beard. Need a razor? I'll give you a good deal. Don't want it? Well, suit yourself. Oh, how do I put this? They ain't my friends or anything. We kinda just stick together for survival. Don't get me wrong, I owe them my life. Without them, who knows where I end up. But as hard as this is to admit, I don't get it. Any of it. Friends and family. Can't say I know much about it either. The world wasn't exactly been kind to me, much less the people who live on it. I would leave it alone if I could, huh? No, I'm not crying. No, really. Name? Mine? It's Carla. What's it mean? Beats me. Ask my parents, but if you can't get a hold of them, that's fine. That makes the two of us. I don't remember a thing about them. Not even their face. I have to steal to survive when I was a toddler. Everyone keep calling me Carla, so it stuck. Defeat the mayhem. Who, me? Oh, no, not a chance. I'm useless. I see people grab whatever they find to fend off those bastards. I'm only here because I got lucky. A kid like me can't stand a chance against the mayhem. Why do you think that, huh? A blood maiden. What's that? The Liberation District slums rattle from occasion. Legions of troops stationed there by the dawn patrol the despot pests cover streets. Depicted. Fuck. Why am I having a hard time speaking? God damn it. Anyway, reports of what is that? Hold on. Reports of indiscretions quickly followed the accusation. People who didn't know better saw them as a peacekeeping force. But most of the Dawn's troops were petty thieves, exploiting their authority to pick from the pockets of the slum inhabitants. Citizens' complaints on the matter were often dismissed, given that the reporters had no physical injuries, only a shaken trust. Only after case numbers began to double did the Dawn dispatch their investigators. One of the investigators tasked with abducting the cases was the Dawn's weapon maker Haru. Haru was cast and unkempt. His tangled mop of a hair stank of cigar smoke and stale oil. Brave were the men who trouble Haru. Fearful are those who dare meet his stare. But Haru had little to prove, for he was the Dawn's best blacksmith. The professor held him in high esteem, and that the respect was mutual. He was one of the Dawn's higher-ranking members, technically serving as part of its maintenance division. Case adduce require representatives from each division, and Haru was popular amongst his. It was not mere mechanical mastery. Mechanical mystery that endeared him to his investigation crews. Haru's glance could stop a mayhem in his tracks. Oh my god, I remember in the first game, Carla made fun of Haru by saying that no one wants an old man like Haru, and that he will literally just make a mayhem just run away just by staring at it. Oh my god. But it became something of a running joke amongst members of the Dawn. Half whispered such things in jest, others half knew the price of invoking his wrath. Some swore that Haru's presence alone within the investigation team was enough to wear off any mayhem within a 5-mile radius. Oh my lord. In the beginning, it sounded like a little more than an urban legend, but the truth became emboldened. With each successful return, like clockwork, his partners came back from their expeditions in one piece, marveling at the lack of mayhem on their patrols. Soon, the data spoke for themselves. Those who served with Haru return home safely, return alive, and any increase in the odds of survival was priceless, especially underground. Oh my god, the fact that we have this portion that's like, oh yeah, remember when we made fun of Haru for like making Mayhem batshit scared of him just by looking at him? Yeah, let's have this portion of the story where everyone in the dawn is like, yeah, Haru's like the man himself, the legend. he's a good luck charm. Like, my god. But anyway, wickedness crept in the shadows of the Liberation District slums, the town's most dangerous neighborhood. Mayhem infrequently broke through the perimeter, presenting a slight risk of being mauled if one were to stumble down the wrong alley. Man, the fact that there's slums in the Liberation District is kind of interesting. I'm gonna be real, that is an interesting thing that they point out. But like, yeah. While Haru's presence certainly boosted his team's chances of survival, their lack of fear invited the most fatal dread of all. Competence? Wait, no. Hold on, let me check something. CM. Complacency. Any tactician worth their salt stressed the importance of knowing the enemy, but here everyone and everything was an enemy. Something's off. Haru muttered ominously under his smoky breath with a cigar stuck in the corner of his mouth. He reviewed the case reports. Thieves claiming to be handyman, pickpocket civilians. Whoa, oh. Haru collided with a tiny shadow scurrying from the alley, dropping his cigar. He looked down, spotted a young, bright-haired girl who toppled on the ground. Ow, my bad, are you good? Haru offered his oil-stained hand to her. She shot right back up on her feet. Oh, it's just fine, don't worry about it, she blurted out. Before she could dash away, Haru whipped out his hand to grab her. Waiting nearly double, if not triple, the young girl who Haru made her trip with the force of his grip. Whoa, hello? Can you let me go? Sure, but only after you give me back what you took. Oh, the girl laughed. What do you mean? Really? Wanna play dumb? Suit yourself. Haru flashed a toothy smile and reached into her pockets quicker than she could react. Nah, watch your hands, you pervert. What? You're a girl. Don't worry. You're about 50 years too young, kid. Besides, after a few seconds of searching, Haru felt the piece of gear which has been missing from his tool belt in her pocket. Better luck next time. Not too shabby, kid. Who taught you? Right back at you, old man. You're not too shabby yourself. Her mischievous grin stretched from ear to ear to taunt Haru. But he took no offense to her behavior. Instead, he returned a more genuine smile. Being old means you can't pull a fast one on me. Try again in 10 years. Quit patronizing me or you regret it. That's so. Try me. You asked for this. The girl rumbled, drew her pockets momentarily, drawing what she was looking for at Haru's feet. Fireworks began to pop in succession. Cocoa parents versus echoed throughout the concrete slums like spray bullet fire. Whoa! Haru reacted swiftly, letting go of the girl to avoid the blasts. Haha, still too easy. Later, the young pickpocket distraction worked. She nimbly escaped into the foggy darkness. Leave her be. They sure don't make them like her anymore. Haru bent down, reaching to grab the charred firework shells that the girl had thrown. Smoke rose from out of their tips. The scent of gunpowder floated into the air. Firecrackers! Sandwiched between some iron, molded into a ball. She's clever, I'll give her that. even shouldering down this pin to stop it from blowing up in her pocket. Maybe there's hope for you down here, kid. Hey, boss? But Haru ignored the calls of his men, choosing instead to speculate about the identity of this mysterious young thief. In fact, one might have thought they saw a smirk appear in his face. From then on, Haru made a point to visit the slums whenever the chance presented itself. Each time, the pickpocket awaited him, posing a new challenge for him to overcome in every encounter. He never failed to capture her, but he always let her go. Soon, the girl became craftier with tricks with each botched attempt. But Haru reveled in the sport of it all. Someone would have even accused Haru of instructing her on how to steal, judging by her rapid progress. One day, reports of mayhem wandering the slums came flooding in, so troops were dispatched to handle the threat, following, of course, by Haru. But they were too late. Normally, mayhem were predatory, but not savage, skilled in the arts of abduction more than outright murder. But the humans who resisted were a different story. Fresh human corpses were spewed out the slums. Beyond the tall piles of dead corpses was the carcass of two mayhems. The troops approached them cautiously, but they were dead. It was simple math. Two monsters against countless helpless civilians. Besides the mayhem carcass, a girl stood there dumbfounded. Hey, you good? Are you hurt at all? Oh man. Once she registered that it was Haru before her, she emerged from her horrified daze. She was drenched in blood, but appeared mostly unharmed. What happened? He asked. Well, the man came out of nowhere. We tried fending them off, but they made quick work out of them. We just managed to escape with our lives, responded the girl. Her voice was unusually calm given the circumstance. But she just as easily could have been in shock. Her face was difficult to read, even for someone as astute as Haru. You fought too? Well, kind of. I did my ding from afar, she clarified. Haru took a glance around their surroundings, noticing a small shell casting and homemade explosions. Where'd you get all of this stuff? He asked slyly. Just some odd chance and ends from the cell areas. It's not like I stole it all, don't judge. Haru had no room to judge, although he did make a note of her inventory crudely assembly. Her inventory acute assembly. They were childish, but he surmised it was a matter of material availability rather than inexperience on her part. So, you made all of this stuff yourself, but you still resort to stealing. Haru asked her point blank. She could only blink in response. You know life isn't all it's cracked up to be. She delivered the remark so matter-of-factly, it was hard to believe it was coming from a young woman and not from a grizzly veteran. Well, guess you don't need me to say it, do you? Especially if you live down here, but who am I to talk? It's not like I know anything. She crackles into a half-hearted smile. If only one could savor the sweetness of her smile, but it pales in comparison to the loss they suffered. Hope vanished amongst the sunlight for those who live underground. The troops paid their respects solemnly. The girl addressed Haru once more. Do you know what the sun is? Yes, I do. I've seen it myself. Wow, have you? You must be real ancient then. I'm not that old. Think of me as a brother. I told you already. Stop, Haru. Oh, come on. When in the world will you be my brother? Face it. You're old. She teased. After some smart back and forth, relief came upon her face at last, a rare tender sight amongst the grisly scene. But it only lasted for a moment. Haru attempted to move the conversation back to the topic at hand. Once more she deflated from grief. Sorry for not making it soon enough. I couldn't save your friends. Huh? Oh, she blinked in rapid succession, but played it off coolly. None of the dead were her friends or family. Any connection she had with the deceased was purely out of utility and means to the end of survival. Was that true, or did she tell that to herself out of self-preservation? self-preparation. Shit. Oh my god. Why? Why me? Oh god. Alright. Preservation. Fuck. Haru thought to himself that she could solve at any moment. Don't cry, huh? You're fine now, so don't cry. I'm not crying. Really? No, really. It was true, Haru was incorrect. Carla, in fact, didn't shed a single tear. Nothing would not deter the young pickpocket. Quietly impressed, Haru moved on, taking her words for it. No use in pushing it. What's your name? Name? Mine? Haru nodded and the girl answered Carla. For some reason, he let the name sit on his tongue for a moment longer. He then pondered her to find out who named her. She could not answer. This only seemed to confirm something Haru thought to be true. Did you slay these mayhem? Haru felt confidence he knew the answer before he asked. Carla's reaction, however, took him by surprise. Slay them? Me? Carla scoffed. Carla had no reason to lie, and Haru had no reason to doubt her. But nevertheless, she looked back at him with mouth agasp. Even so, Haru poured his lips with certainty that he saw it with his own eyes. Carla, follow me. Huh? You may be a blood maiden. Haru knew at once. She played it off well with her rapid blinking, but Haru could not deny the deep pink glow emitting by her eyes upon his arrival. Look at that. We have Haru and Carla. And like, you know, Haru is like adopting her to the dawn. How cute. Yeah, hurry. Oh yeah, oh cute. Alright, let's go on. Say, how about a bath? Miko welcomed Carla with open arms when Haru brought her to the dawn. Bath? I'm not really a bath kind of girl. You don't have to. Don't knock it until you try it. Come on, I'll join you. Aw. Carla grimlanced, indicating her desire to be anywhere other than here. But she was filthy for years of foraging in the slums. That she could detest bathing so much, perhaps pointing to another one of her potential issues. I'm more surprised that our shopkeeper might be a maiden too. I mean, like, she does talk about it in Mary Skelter 2, where she was questioned by the Dawn about her being a blood maiden. But we will soon see the aftermath of that real quick. So hold on. we're about to reach Naruto. And such, but like, yeah, let's see. Where is it? Found it. Okay, so the Dawn observed that each blood maiden loved bathing. So Carla's defiance confused Haru and Miko. What do you have against baths? They're so cold. I like being clean, but I don't want to get sick. I mean, she lived in the slums, and I highly doubt they get access to hot water, so that would make sense why she does not like to take baths. Because a cold bath is terrible. Like, if you want to get clean, like, a warm bath is nice. But a cold bath is like, hell no. Like, I will not take a cold bath. And such, but like, yeah, let's see. Found it. Okay, the two adults exchanged looks. I see, said Haru. Guess clean water's hard to come by down there. Our maintenance team worked hard to ensure hot water is available at every access point in our facility, Miko added. Carla similarly scolded as she listened. She stuck out her tongue in disgust. We got hot water in the slums too. Didn't you just complain about cold baths? Well, yeah. At the Dawn, all baths are hot baths. Really? Carla amused, as though they told her the sun was shining right outside the window. What? Come on. Baths in hot water? What a waste. Do I look stupid to you? The two remained silent, feeling sympathetic as the picture became clearer. For Carla, the act of bathing was little more than wiping her body with whatever water she could find. Such luxuries of the Dawn were nothing more than a fantasy to her. It'll be okay, Carla. One bath wouldn't hurt. This way, Miko insisted. I guess, she sighed. Carla followed after the medical specialist, dragging her feet the whole way. A few minutes later, Haru heard an excited yelp echoing from the bathroom. Her squeal laughter could be heard throughout the dawn, but the source of that yelp could not be bothered, for she had been floating peacefully in a bathtub. It's so warm, she cooed. It feels nice, so this is a bath. Once you gotten used to the temperature, I'll shampoo your hair and scrub you down. Next time, you'll be on your own, okay? Said Miko assertively. Next time? You mean I get to do this again? Of course, we have a dedicated bathing schedule, so this won't be an everyday thing. Oh, hey lady, what's up with this fluffy white stuff? Puzzled a soapy Carla. Oh, these are bubbles. They help us get the germs and dirt out of our bodies. Bubbles! cried Carla. I heard of those. So these are bubbles. Now I know you're joking. Carla winked at Miko, but the longer Miko watched her bathe, the less certain she was about the sincerity in Carla's response. Soap and water were considered public utilities thanks to the dawn. There's no way telling how many children were like Carla out in the Liberation District, sheltered and alone. Oh, I'm starting to feel dizzy. That's our cue. Don't want you to get lightheaded, prompted Miko. I'll wash your hair. Carla's face flushed with color as Miko selected a bathrobe just for her and made her sit still while she shampooed through her dirty hair. Carla's hair was considerably disheveled for her age, and disheveled for her age. Miko took great care, delicately massaging the shampoo into her hair and untangling the knots and strands with her soft, slender fingers. Wow, this is nice, cooed Carla. This was her first time having her hair washed, much less by someone else. She melted at Miko's touch. When you're all dry, then we will begin our first test. Okay, test on what? Nothing to fear, just standard procedure, smiled Miko. Oh, I don't know what you're up to, but after that hair wash, I trust you with my life. Just like that, Miku had gained the full confidence of Carla. The sentiment tugged at her heartstrings. If their test proven that Carla was indeed a blood maiden, that could spell more trouble for her. Miko patted her head, hoping to spare her from that fate. Oh, fuck. I pressed the wrong button. Oopsies. My bad. Here we go. The results came back in no time. She's not a blood maiden. What? Haru took a double take. He could hardly believe the professor. We performed every possible examination. Her blood work, her physical, and her massacre aptitude. She's a normal girl. I mean, she's an ordinary girl. But I saw her eyes, Haru pleaded. It's more like you saw was mayhem blood. You're kidding, right? Haru let out a heavy sigh. Whether from disappointment or relief, he did not know. Take her to the Order of the Sun tomorrow. We don't have the room to house an ordinary child, the professor remarked coldly. Haru knew it was not personal. Every Dawn member was sworn to their collected duty. Resources could not be needlessly spared for children or the elderly. Such matters were left to the Order of the Sun. If Carla was really a blood maiden, then her inclusion at the Dawn was a non-starter. But the test results were conclusive. They could not make an exception. If she were older, perhaps things could have been different. But Carla still had a lot of growing up to do. These thoughts circled Haru's mind, but as logical as it sounds, he knew he couldn't live with the outcome. That kid, I want to raise her as a part of my crew. She's good with her hands. She has a promising future, declared Haru. The professor stroked his beard, curious about his colleague's interest in her. Never took you for a sentimental type, Haru. Haru nodded. It was rare for him. If she proven useful for the Dawn, then by all means. But if she causes trouble, she's off to the Order of the Sun. Between the two of us, she might like it there better. Yeah, I got it. From then on, Carla was granted temporary membership as an apprentice to the Dawn's maintenance division. Carla was honored by the decision and began to open up from her shell, and even thought of a new name for Haru, Boss. Under Haru's tutorstray, or under his wing. I know, like, this is a natural word, but I don't remember how it's pronounced. Tutorstray. I don't know why I pronounce it in such a weird way. I don't know what the fuck I just said. She learned to refine the crude, but yet prodigious technique she started developing in the slums. She absorbed his teachings like a sponge, improving each day. Carla herself felt drawn to her work more than ever before. Equally strong was her bond with Haru compared to her days back at the slums. This was paradise. However, the honeymoon phase was not to last. It began with the skepticism with the Order of the Sun. A few years prior, one of the Blood Maidens had murdered one of the religious group's members. The peace between the Dawn and the Order of the Sun has become tarnished. Since both organizations share responsibility in harvesting food, the Dawn found themselves in a temporary bind. Old strifes returned. Haru, realizing that the Order of the Sun was unaware of Carla's existence, kicked her out without any warning, urging that she join the Order of the Sun for her protection. He insisted that he had Carla's best interest in mind, but she saw it as a form of betrayal. Just as she feared, she was a burden. Oh, they kicked me out. Boss keeps telling me to go to the Order of the Sun, but it might be too late for me. I'm no good in a group like that. Oh well, back to square one. At least I'm a better mechanic in pickpocket than I used to be. This time, I'll make it on my own, no problem. Man, I sure miss those bath stills. I miss Boss even more. Sigh. I'm always tired. I guess I could rest here. Where am I? Maybe at the outskirts? If I rest here, then Mayhem might find me. But I guess that doesn't matter, does it? They drew me out anyway, so now is a good now as good a time as ever to die. Oh, I spy something special, hissed a creepy voice from afar. The specter appeared from out of nowhere. He glided towards Carla, revealing his chilling appearance. Dark circles formed under his eye. Why did he? I just realized there's so many typos in this because they said this eyes, but it's supposed to be his eyes. Dark circles formed under his eyes, and his sinister, drooping smile was marked by a gap between his front teeth. For some reason, he was shirtless and wore a dirty circular hand lamp. He stood hunched over his enormous pack. The suspicious-looking character approached Carla and lifted her with ease. "Hey, what the hell?" she screamed. But the man she paid no mind and began to walk. He was stronger than his homely appearance let on. Living underground was unforgettable. Apart from the mayhem, one must be wary of those who take more than they give. This includes predators who target young girls. Carla's stomach folded in panic. She may not have wanted to live, but this is not how she wanted to die. "Let me go, you creep, you sicko." Trash must be collected and disposed of. Reduce, reuse, recycle. Carla flailed like a fish out of water in his hands, but the man hummed on, unaffected by her tireless resistance. "Who are you calling trash? Let me go! Let me go!" Her strained voice crackles in the darkness, echoing throughout every floor of the jail at a hair-raising pitch. But unknowns to Carla, the strange gentleman would proven to be her second mentor. To be continued in Mary Skelter 2. So yeah, look, it's the creepy merchant from the first game. So this is why Carla is the merchant in the second game. Like, you know, the wandering merchant in the second game. So she does pretty much replace him. And what's interesting is that she does explain what happened to the creepy merchant. And it essentially, she's like, oh yeah, I've been like under his wing for quite some time. And then one day, he just vanished like the Avatar. Like he just disappeared. Just poof. Gone. No longer to be seen, and she was just left by her own again. And whatnot. And we have reached the end of the Mary Skelter 2 prequel novel. My god, how long have I been reading? So yeah, yippee! We reached the end! Congrats! Yivo! How long have I been reading? It's been 3 hours. Man, I actually finished that really quickly. And whatnot. Let's see what you guys said. So essentially, the merchant decided to solo off. Yeah, dude just decided to give his knowledge to Carla and retire. Yeah, pretty much. Like, we don't know what happened to him. Like, that's the thing. Like, in 2, we just don't know. We don't know what happened and such. But like, yeah. Oh my God, I'm done reading. This is amazing. That gives me enough time for us to boot up the remake. And you guys are gonna see me fight the final boss, and just beat him up 10 times. Let's do this. So I'm gonna pull up some like covering such, because okay, there's a reason why I made these like I guess blockers. I guess is the best way I would describe them. So the reason why I made these blockers is because, well, this is like, I own my Switch. Like, this is a Switch that I own and bought and everything. I do share it with my family, and they do have their own accounts and shit. However, they use their real names. So because of that, I'm afraid I might accidentally dox them. And it doesn't help the fact that their profile pics are their memes. Are their me's that kind of looks like them. So because of that, I'm just going to play it safe and just make these blockers. So I'm going to switch the game and shit. Yeah, better safe than sorry. Yeah, I just wanna like keep my family safe and shit. Like, you can tell by how I like talk and like how I do streams and everything. I try my best not to like talk too much about myself or like leave out any private information and everything, because like I'm aware how bad doxing is and how like sometimes when it comes to streamers, they don't get the best end. They get like the worst end of doxing and everything and such, and it just kind of makes me scared for the most part. Like, I do understand, like, to some people, they're like, oh, it's not that much of a big deal and everything, but I'm like, bruh, it looks like them. It kind of looks like them, and it even uses their name, so, like, I need to play it safe. I don't want anyone to know and whatnot, but yeah, I'm gonna be switching the game, so hold on. Okay, so I'm booting up the remake, and I want to show like some things that the remake does real quick. Look at this, guys. We're back to Mary Skelter 1. Oh my god, it's good to be back. And everything. Okay, so I want to tell you guys this. So, through normal circumstances, if you didn't download like all of the DLC for Mary Skelter 2, you actually need to get the true ending of Mary Skelter 2 in order to unlock Mary Skelter 1 Remake. So that means, without the DLC, you're forced to play through the second game in order to get access to the first game. And I know to some people, they're like, doesn't it make sense because that's what the developer wants and everything? But you can already tell by my general opinion when it comes to like starting Mary Skelter and everything, and how I think that starting with the second game isn't like the best way to experience it. If I'm going to be honest with you, it's better to start with the first game and then you play the second game and such. Like, I'm not saying like, oh, you shouldn't buy Mary Skelter 2, just buy like the first game and such. No, I'm saying like buy 2, but start with the first game. Don't start with 2. And there's like many reasons why that I wish I can get into, but I'm not gonna do that yet. So like yeah. So here's the interesting thing. If you go to the start, and after you select your difficulty, you'll be given this you'll be given this prompt. So this essentially lets you shortcut like a good chunk of the game. Like if you already played the first game, like you already owned the first game, and you already beat it and shit, and you played 2, and then you got to the remake, and you're like, oh, I don't want to replay the whole first game again and shit. So if you answer this correctly, it will skip you to the tower. Like it skips essentially 75% of the game, and then it just drops you in the entrance of the tower, more specifically the tower base, and then you have to do, you know, all that exploring and shit. And whatnot. Of course, too, like, you know, first time people, they're like, yeah, I'm not going to skip it because, like, I didn't experience the first game, so I'm going to click no. But people who already did, they're like, I want to try it, so let's click yes. So essentially, the question is, they're going to ask you, like, who is the final boss of the previous game? So I heard some people got confused with this statement where they're like, oh, do you mean, like, the final boss of Skelter 2? Since, you know, when you use the term the previous game, they're assuming that, oh, they're talking about the game that I played before this one. What they're actually talking about is who was the final boss of the first game. So since I already played the first game and like we all know who it is, I did a fucking 9-hour stream on it and everything, but like, so yeah, we all know who it is. It is Professor Tojima. If you get it right, you will be booted to here, and you will have all the Blood Maidens, and everyone will start at level 50. With like gear and shit, and not a lot of money. And this is crappy. I absolutely hate this. It's not a good start, and there's a good reason why. First off, you're not given a lot of blood crystals. Like, they only give you enough blood crystals just to unlock, like, one girl. Like, to unlock one girl's, like, classes. Or just, like, 4 girls single classes and such. And not only that, but because of how the remake handles the difficulty, like, I would say this. The remake handles the difficulty in, I would say, an artificial way. It doesn't feel fair. Like, it does not feel fair whatsoever. To the point that a lot of people said that normal mode feels like hard mode, and fear mode just feels like artificial bullshit. And easy mode just feels like normal mode. I know you're like, but Mizu, you like playing hard games though, like, how is this like a problem for you? To which I'm like, there's a difference between like being hard, but there's ways for, but it's like, you know, it's fair hard, and then there's hard where it's clear that it's artificially difficult, and that they didn't think too much about it. That's why I did not like about the skip. And not only that, but every Blood Maiden has 0 affection. And if you're like, oh, how's that a problem and shit? Well, here's the thing. They made affection grinding in the remake an absolute pain in the ass. Because, like, remember how in the first game, we just had to give, like, each girl at least, like, around 30 or 40 items to max out their affection? Guess how much you need to give them if you just use items? I'll give you a hint. It's above 50. $99 items? No. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention the second hit. It's only double digit, mind you, Rudo. Like, it's double digit, and the other one is above 50. I don't mind waiting until like one of you guys answer again, and then if the answer is wrong, I'll tell you the right answer. Let's see, what else do you said, Rudo? So fear feels more like mainline S&T bullshit. No. SMT is fair, Rudo. Like, SMT is fair. That's the thing. Despite the fact that I played SMT in like the hardest difficulty, it didn't feel artificial. I was like, okay, they just made this guy slightly harder in the harder difficulty. Like, it still feels fair. Like, I can still break this guy in half. Mary Skelter Remake Sphere Mode, just look at it and be like, oh, remember this one enemy that's like piss easy to like kill and whatnot? Was make this guy have almost 1,000,000 HP. And it's a normal encounter, mind you. And such. Also, what you said, 75, 69. I mean, as much as I wanted to be 69, you need to give one girl, are you ready for it? You need to give one girl 85 items to max out their affection. 85 are their favorite item. Now, compare it to the original game where you only need to give them 35 or 40. And I do know there's other ways that you can increase the, what do you call it? I'm trying to remember. Like, you guys kind of wrote a lot. Let me try to remember. There are other ways you can increase the girl's affection rate by using the jail trials that increase affection gain in battle, and you just make Jack purge the girls. Yeah, that's right. So, this is something that the first game kind of doesn't tell you, but when you purge girls in battle, you gain a bit of affection with them. And I learned that in Mary Skelter 2 and onwards, they actually made the affection you gain in battle like a lot more compared to the first game, where I felt like in the original first game, like purging the girls doesn't give you that much affection, but in 2 and onwards, especially with the jail trials, it does give you a lot more, which I felt like does help a lot in the end. But at the same time, not everyone knows about this, and they would just assume that, oh, we just need to give them a bunch of gifts then, in order to, like, you know, to meet up their affection rate and such. And the fact that it costs 85, mind you, 85 items to do so, and this is without you doing, like, you know, affection grinding in battle and shit, like, no, like, who would do this? And remember, I'm using the skip function, like, I'm skipping all the way to the tower, the final dungeon. So, like, because of that, I was like, yeah, the skip function isn't that great. It's crappy. It's even worse if you play on a harder difficulty, because the enemies can literally just kick your ass real quick. And whatnot. But also, like, let me see what you guys wrote down real quick. So, I have Dink Donk 10 off, I guess. Yep. It is. Stella. Oh, hey Stella, how are you? I forgot to, like, say that, but I was kind of busy, like, ranting about some of the changes that the remake did that I do not like whatsoever. But there's other changes that I do like of the remake, and I can show you guys when I, like, what do you call it? Boot up the save file that I decided, you know what? I'm gonna replay this game from the beginning to end, because I'm not gonna deal with the skip bullshit. And also, it gives me the opportunity to experiment with the remake, because it plays very differently from the original game. Like, I do mean it. Like, the remake plays very differently from the original game. The way how the exploration, like the way how you explore the dungeons, the way how combat works, the way how certain, like, how certain equipments work and everything. Like, there's a lot of changes that the remake did in, like, in a gameplay point of view, to the point where I would argue that it's very different from the original game. The only thing that keeps them the same is that their story is the same until you get to the post-game dungeon. That's where things are different. So, yeah, if you don't mind me ranting a little more, that's all I have to say. So I'm going to read up on you guys' what do you call it, comments real quick. So yeah, how are you, Stella? How are ya? So anyway, I missed so much. I have failed. It's good to be back to Mary Skelter. The OG timeline. I was one of those sad people that played Mary Skelter. Read the, like, prequel novel. Mary Skelter 2. Read the prequel novel for 2. Remake. The whole thing again. Lock Up in Love, OG. And finally finale. Read the prequel novel and then finale. For me, Stella, I did the remake first because I didn't have access to the original OG game yet at that point. So I did the remake first, and then, you know, 2. And then I read the prequel novels for those 2. Then I went to finale and did that to completion. I did the prequel novel for that one, and I did the Lock Up and Loves, both of them. And then eventually, I did got access to. Excuse me. I did got access to the original Mary Skelter one, and I played that. And I played that one like 4 times. I love that one, and everything. But like, yeah, that's all I have to say. And such. So like, yeah, I did a lot of. I literally just replayed the remake from the beginning to end, so that I would just pretty much be prepared and everything. Also, it gives me enough time to like, I would say, master the combat, the changes that the remake did and such, which I'm going to show you guys right now. So screw this skip, because I fucking hate this skip. And what we're going to do is boot up the save file that I've been preparing for you guys. So let's go back to the title screen. Here you go. I prepared this for you guys because I'm like, yep, I'm not gonna go through that skip bullshit. This was my whole Mary Skelter story from start to end. That's really cool, Stella. I kind of wish I had that sort of thing, but sadly I didn't. Also, not all max outfits and everything that is good. Not for me, that couldn't be me. I do agree that they give you a little too much BS. No, Alice maxed out, boring. And it makes you wonder how the heck they beat those nightmares at level 50. You got me all sorts of fucked up if you made me believe that. Oh, and so little money too. Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. Like, I honestly think the startup was like not great and whatnot, but like, yeah. Here you go, you guys. Max level, everyone. It didn't take me that long compared to the first game. Like, grinding levels in this game is like significantly easier and such. But yeah, I will show you some of the changes. I don't mind like re-climbing this tower because like, you know me, I don't mind. So like, yeah, here's some of the changes that they did. You can switch the classes on the fly. You don't have to like spend a job right to switch classes. Like, look at this. I can just go from like Destroyer to Bloodlord instantly, or I can go to Sakura Maiden instantly, or better yet, I can go into Paladin. Or I can just go to Destroyer again. I prefer Destroyer, to be honest. I do know Bloodlord is really good in the remake, and it's because of the fact that they're essentially tanky like a Paladin, but they're meant for offense compared to Paladin, which is crappy at offense, if I want to be real with you. But the only like drawback to Bloodlord is that they don't have the passive skill that has damage reduction compared to Paladin. Like, Destroyer is still good. Like, Destroyer is still like a good class because they do have the potential of like out-damaging a Destroyer if they happen to land crits and such, but I feel like Destroyers is way better. And also, if you can't tell, we have new DLC classes. We have the T Healer, which was Japanese exclusive, but it's available all the time in the remake. We have T Healer for red. We have Joe Singer. Also, I want to see what you guys wrote down real quick. Hold on. Thank fucking God. Hell the fuck yeah, Rudo. I loved it. Oh, look at that. Max level. All levels maxed out. Everything good. Money too. Great. Good time to be a Mary Skelter fan. Yeah, I literally had to do all of this off-screen shit. Doing good, buddy. Sorry for last time. I hate the best part. No worries, Stella. We all have, like, you know, things we have to do and shit. Also, you said your internet was, like, crapping out, which I fully understand. There are times where my internet crap out, and I'm like, yeah, I don't think I can do a stream. Because it's not, like, doing well and shit. But, like, yeah. Dumbelina Idol Art Real? Yeah, look at this. This is this is really cute. She gets, like, a little guy and everything. Yeah, it was so bad. Yeah. We have Joe Singer, Snow White. She also gets a little guy too. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. I do know that the little guy is like the mascot for this brand and everything, but For some reason, the little guy just reminds me of that one meme. I don't know what the meme's called. It's the one with like the weird creature that's standing on like fours and has like big moe anime eyes. I don't know what the fuck you call that thing. I don't know what that meme's called, but it just reminds me of that. I'm pretty sure there's like an actual name for it, but I don't know what it is. Yeah, it was so bad. Alice looks so hot and sexy as fuck. Love. Yep. Then we have Sleepy with her Joe Singer, where it's kind of obvious that it doesn't really fit her. But it's still cute. Like, look at it. It's a really cute outfit. I know exactly what you're talking about, but I don't know the name of it either. Yeah, you know what I mean, Gwen. Like, yeah, I don't know what it is. And then we have Gretel. G Assassin. She uses guns. Look at that. Dual Gretel. If I'm gonna be honest with you, out of all these DLC classes, G Assassin sucks. And the one that sucks the most like G Assassin is Sakura Maiden. The only DLC ones that I would say are actually okay or decent is Joe Singer and T Healer. And the reason for that is because they actually have good skills compared to G Assassin, which has crappy skills. And then we have Rapunzel. She gets G Assassin too. And then we get Cinderella, who's G Assassin as well. Look at that. Oh my god. And then we have Kaguya, who gets T Healer. And then we have Hamlin, who gets nothing. She only gets Sakura Maiden. She doesn't get anything else, which is sad. But yeah, we're back to Magic Hamlin, which like, I know some people are kind of disappointed with Magic Hamlin, especially after the might known as Caveman Hamlin in Mary Sculptor 2. But honestly, Magic Hamlin isn't that bad. She's just Dumbelina 2.0. She has access to all the broken spells and shit. And her like Lick ability is pretty useful for the later parts of the game because enemies like to spam status effects like it's nothing. Good thing I know how to spam status effects because like when you guys see me do the post-game dungeon, you're gonna see me not give a fuck and just cheese it. Because like at that point, on the fear difficulty, everything just did not feel fair. I was like, you know what? I don't give a shit anymore. I'm just gonna cheese it. Like this game just did not do it well for me. And it's a shame because I felt like the remake was actually doing well for the most part. Like for the first half of the game, it was fine. Like it didn't really make me complain too much about it. There was like a lot of good things happening with it. And I know, and I am talking about like the good quality of life improvements and shit, but like once you get to the second half where I felt like they didn't balance the encounters well, especially near the end with the fucking Deus Machina enemies, oh man, you're gonna see me complain like a bitch when it comes to those guys. But like once we get to that point, that's where any like type of like fun I had with like the combat just went away. And at that point I was just like, fuck it, I'm cheesing it. And such. But like yeah, I do apologize if I'm cursing a lot. It's just that it does kind of rile me up a little. Like it did kind of piss me off when I was playing this for the first time and everything and whatnot. And when I played the original first game, I was honestly surprised how, I would say, fair it was compared to the remake. But yeah, let me do something real quick. Yeah, look, every girl has maximum affection. Look at that. I literally took the time to do this. I had to like experiment and everything, but like, yippee. But like, yeah, I don't think I ever did the rescue center, if I'm gonna be honest with you. Oh wait, I did do everyone. And whatnot. Look, it's a cute girl. I don't think she has a reaction if you were to head pat her, which This is just me going by memory, mind you. Who's this girl who replaces Miko? I don't remember what her name is, but you do learn what her name is in finale. And such, because in finale, she's actually like a major side character and everything. But I don't remember what her name is at the moment. I think Stella does know it. You can like write it down in chat, because I don't remember the name for the dear life of me. If I remember correctly, Carla should be in the Blood Factory form, right? Yeah, she is. Alright, good to know. I don't think I have any other quests to do. Oh yeah, I have this. Oh yeah, I didn't bother to do any of this because I was just lazy. Wait, you don't remember her name? I mean, Stella, it's kind of a while, and I have the most terrible memory, as you can tell by how I talk and how I read sometimes, where I don't remember certain things that well. To the point where, like, some characters' names kind of like escape from my mind. Where it's like, wait, what was this character's name again? Shit, I should remember this, but like, I don't remember now. Also, I need to double check something. Hold on. Let's see. Yep, I said everything that I needed. This is good. This is good. I don't think I want to put jail trials in because, like, I just want to speedrun it. So, are you guys ready for the upper tower? Let's go. We're gonna go beat up the final boss 10 times. Hey, it's the Gundam characters. Long time no see. Even this new mommy here? Stella, she's not new. She's been with us since the first game. If you're talking about the Order of the Sun mission giver, she was always with us. Was it Sequin? I don't remember. God damn it. My memory's terrible. Also, if you can't tell, they redesigned each of the maps so that it's not like as big as before. Because this map is like 30... Wait, am I reading this right? Okay, so yeah, I guess I'm reading this right. So it's 29 by 31. Like, a lot of the new maps in the remake are significantly smaller. Like, look at this. Here's the city streets. It's 20 by 20. Here's the graveyard, 20 by 20. Temple, 25 by 25. 25 by 25. 35 by 35. 25 by 25. 30 by 30. 33 by 33. And this one is, I guess, 32. Yeah, technically it's 32. Alright. So yeah, they made the maps of Mary Skelter 1 significantly smaller, which I understand why, because some people thought that the normal size of the maps, which were, you know, like 40 by 40, they think it was too big and everything. Even though I'm like, it's not that bad. Well, I mean, granted, like, I'm talking to like someone who play a lot of dungeon crawlers, where those games, they have huge maps sometimes, like really huge maps, to the point that if you were to compare it to Mary Skelter, like Mary Skelter looks like chump compared to them. Like, I play Wizardry for God's sakes, and I remember how big those maps can be and whatnot, but like, and such, but like, yeah, they did nerf the map size, and I do understand why they did it, but they forgot to balance the encounters around the map sizes, so that Kunai and Sukuri. Yeah, Sukuri, alright. That makes sense. So the two new mommies in Mary Skelter, Kunai and Sukuri, both are great and must be protected at all costs. Yeah, they really do get a lot of personality shine in finale, but we'll get there when we get there and such. But and whatnot. But oh yeah, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so because of the map size being smaller, I feel like they forgot. Okay, I noticed that they forgot to balance the encounters around it, because remember in the first game, as you're going through the dungeons, you encounter the enemies, and then you're like, oh, okay, like I'm getting stronger and whatnot, and then you reach the later parts of the floor where they throw in like a couple of new like stronger enemies, but they still mix in like the weaker ones, and you're like, oh, okay, like there's like one new like enemy encounter that's slightly strong, but I feel like I'm strong enough to take it down and shit. And when you get to the next floor, they still maintain some of the older enemies, but it's mostly getting replaced with the newer enemies, and then, you know, the cycle repeats and such. That's how I felt that how the first game handled it. I think that's the best way you can handle like enemy encounters. But the remake saw this and said, screw that, and when you enter a next floor, you encounter the stronger variations from the get-go, instead of like, you know, dropping in like, you know, giving you like the weaker ones with some stronger ones. Nope, they're just like, here you go, stronger encounter, good luck. Like, excuse me? That's not how you balance it. And don't get me started of like how you can literally speedrun this really quickly, to the point that when you get to the end where you have to fight the nightmare, a lot of people complain that, oh, I don't feel well prepared. Like, I felt like I went through this too quickly, to the point where when I got to the nightmare, it just whipped my ass. And I'm like, what? Why is that? And then I realized that, oh, it's because I'm not well prepared. Like, I didn't gain enough levels in. Maybe I didn't have the opportunity to get better gear and such and everything. Like, my god, that's like one of the problems I had with the remake. And like, that's like, it's kind of sad, because I do think that the remake is really great, like the first game, but because of these gameplay changes, it just makes me not enjoy the remake as much as the original game. Even before I played the original game, like I felt that when I was playing the remake, and when I played the original game to completion and shit, I'm like, yeah, I prefer how the original game handled the difficulty, because in that case it felt fair. Like, I felt like, okay, like I'm able to, like, you know, handle things well and shit. But like, the remake did not. It's just, wow, why? And whatnot. But like, yeah, I'm gonna like see what you guys wrote real quick, and then we can continue on. I guess they nerfed the map size. Oh wait, I already read those two. So Kunai and Sukuri. Yeah, Sukuri. Yeah, those are the names of the girl that's in the rescue center right now, the one that replaced Miko, and the one for the Order of the Sun mission giver. Those are their names respectively. When I say new mommy, I meant finale, not the first game. In the first game, we don't know much about them. They would make great mommies besides Mommy Miko, Kade, Alice, Little Mermaid, and Dummy. In finale, we get to see them. We see firsthand how the two are amazing. It is. I do like them a lot. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's what I meant by the names, Rudol. It's the name of those two people respectively. So the girl in the rescue center, her name is Kunai, and the girl that gives out the missions is Sukuri and whatnot. But like, yeah, I do apologize if I'm like going in like a huge tangent when it comes to the remake. I do like the remake a lot. It's just that a lot of the changes that you notice compared to the original is like very interesting. Like, I like the quality of life improvements. Like, those are really great. Like, those are the really great like quality of life improvement stuff. But like everything else, no, it was not. I felt like they could have like balanced it a lot better. They could have like done things to make it more smoothly. And don't get me started with Fear Mode, which I'm playing right now, which, you know, feels artificially difficult. And if you're wondering, like, oh, Mizu, you seem to be one-shotting shit, like, why is that the case? You wanna know why? It's because I figured out how to kill everything quickly. Because that was one of the things I had to, like, think about when I was playing this remake. I'm like, okay, I wanna see if I can find a way to one-shot everything quickly and whatnot. And I did. And my god, it felt satisfying. I was like, yep, artificial difficulty, like, I can handle this now. But once we get to the post-game dungeon, you're gonna see me cheese it, because at that point, I just did not give a fuck anymore. But like, yeah, let's do... Oops. I do hope I don't sound really negative. I really do like this remake. It's just there's a lot of things about the remake that I'm just like, yeah, no, I need to read this. Okay, so I do know for a fact, this is me going by memory. The reason why I put that save point is that if we enter this room right here, it will immediately jump us into the, you know, the determining factor of how to get the bad or good ending for Mary Skelter 1. Oh look! It's the Deus Machina enemies! I fucking hate these bastards! Like, compared to the first game, they weren't that bad. But in the remake, especially on Fear Mode, they're fucking pain in the ass. Because they have so much HP. Like, they have so much. It doesn't even feel fair. I'll give you guys like, a good example. Like, watch me try to, like, one-round these guys. Wait, I got lucky? Holy shit! Wait, why is that? Oh, it's because of Snow White stunting them. Huh. Okay, that gives me enough time. Hold on. You see that? They took so much punishment. Unlike in the first game where I can be like, okay, I can like probably two-shot these guys with like AoE magic, even on the hardest difficulty. And then we have Mary Skelter 2 where you guys literally just saw me do a charge and then just do a water attack and then just literally murder them and shit, like even on the hardest difficulty. But in the remake, they're like, yeah, we'll just make them tanky as fuck. They have so much HP. Like, I don't know why they did that. Also, I just realized Alice killed him without a weapon. But she managed to do a lot of damage still, so that's good. Also, I do want to mention, they do follow the they call it the Mary Skelter 2 like weapon accessibility for the classes. So that means destroyers can use fist, which is like a godsend if you ask me. Because like if you're like, oh man, my destroyer is like super slow and shit, just get them fist, and then they're just gonna be fast as fuck. Oh, where's Metatron to cast Fire of Sanai when you need it? I know, I definitely need Metatron. Like, I definitely need it for the Deus Machina enemies. These guys are as evil as Disney. Yes, Disney bad. Especially nowadays, because I feel like Disney's don't make, I would say, as interesting films compared to like the older ones. Like, I do know there are some Disney films that I do think are decent, but I feel like a majority of them, I just don't find them interesting and whatnot. So Alice is the second coming of Kiryu, or then wait, or is that Osu? I don't know. But like, yeah. So let me save real quick. All right, so I hope you guys are ready. Let's go. Oh yeah, look, we have a proper skip button. Look at this. Oh, we can finally skip things instead of like, you know, fast forward it. We can skip? Sounds like an OST name to me. Yeah, God, I do miss skip. Like, the tutorial theme for Mary Skelter 1, I do miss it. Like, I don't think fiction is bad. Like, it's actually calming and soothing and whatnot. But I miss skip. Like, skip is just, like, absolute jam fest. Like, I love jamming to that one. Okay, so I'm going to show you guys an interesting change that the remake did. Yeah, skills can crit now. That's one of the interesting things that the remake, you know, changed from the original. Because in the original, the only attacks that can, like, you know, crit are your normal attacks. But ever since Mary Skelter 2, where, you know, every attack can crit, that includes skills and such, they apply that to the remake, and it feels so fucking satisfying. Like, now skills like poofing and, like, Mortarin, I think that was the name of that one that I used. It just makes everyone else like do a fuck ton of damage, especially if you build them the right way. Like, it's amazing. I like it a lot. Alright. Oh, you fuckers, hold on. I want to murder you all. Oh, the crits. It's so good. Oh my god. God, I miss this UI. Like, Mary Skelter 2 UI is like clean and everything, but God, I miss this one. I miss the first game. I miss having like the girls cover the right side of the screen. I miss this. R-A-R wait. R-A-R-E-D-R-O-P. Cool. Yeah. Wait, ready. Drop. Kyo. Koi. Yeah. Oh my god. Sorry, it kind of took me a while to like, you know, process it in my brain. I'm like, hold on. I recognize this. Vera drop roll. Vera drop roll. Oh shit. Wait, hold on. Okay, if I remember correctly. Yeah, they do. I like it a lot. Also, Tiny Princess still sucks. Lycan 2, it still sucks, but they kept the one thing that's honestly pretty great, was the whole like, you know, shrinking the jelly item will make it into the small jelly item, which restores 3000 HP. This is really good. So I'm gonna be pumping my I'm gonna be like spamming Tiny Princess right now, so I hope you guys like Dumbleina's voice. I miss Alice, she's here, yeah. But she is her. Wait, she is her? Yeah, she is her. Look, it's a blue blue bean sprout. I don't know what the fuck it is. Also, the save UI from 2. Yeah, I mean, it kind of does look like it. Yeah, kind of. But it still is the like the first game. Also the same UI from 2. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it is the one from 2, because I remember the PS Vita version of 1, that one uses the default like PS Vita UI for saving. And the one for the PC port uses like a different looking one. Yeah, so this is the one from 2. Yeah, you are right, Rudo. I'm like thinking about it. Like, I'm sitting back and like, yeah, Rudo did. Yeah, that is right. Also, if you're wondering about these two skills right here, they're from the Joe Singer class, and these are actually really good. Because like, look at this. Like, I know like Sleepy already has access to good buffs from like our other classes. Like we have like Prophecy. This is good. Blow is good. This one is like very great. These two that she learns from the Joe Singer class is honestly decent. Like this one is Skill Guard. Like honestly, Skill Guard is really great because enemies in the later parts of the game do use magic, especially bosses, and this helps a lot. And then this one, Speed Up. Who doesn't like Speed Up? Like Speed Up is great. I do feel like they nerf Assault Stall and Guard Stall a little bit, because I remember in the first game they last for 3 turns, but it feels like they only last for 2 turns in this game. But they're still pretty good. They still like make tanking a lot more easier, which is wonderful. But yeah, let's make Alice fast. Oh my god, I got lucky. Alice did cap damage from the Rage Rush. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, Rage Rush also got nerfed in this game too, where compared to the first and the second game where it hits the enemy 4 times, in the remake it only hits the enemy 3 times. But they did buff the Massacre version of Rage Rush, where it hits the enemy 5 times, which is like really great. Like it's a really great like buff up they did for like the Massacre version for Rage Rush, and like it's like wonderful if you time it right. But like yeah, I didn't expect Alice to like murder that thing so quickly. Like I didn't expect her to get a crit, and she's just like, okay, bye bye, and then just hit the thing 3 times, and it just dies. It just plops dead. If only someone modded the UI for these games. Yeah, that would be really cool. Like, I would actually like to see mods of Mary Skelter. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention this, like way before and such, but I do want to mention it now. So, remember that one important story event that appears in Chapter 3 that you need to answer correctly in order to unlock one of the requirements for the good ending? So in the remake, they decided if you were to get that question wrong and such, if you were to like beat that chapter and get to the next chapter, the game will let you redo it. They will let you redo that event in order to get the right answer. And I do have evidence of that. I do have a save file where I answered the question wrong. And I'm at like the end of like that particular chapter, so that when I beat it and I skip out the cutscenes, I will show you guys the event and everything. So I guess I can do that as like a fun extra thing in the end and shit. But like yeah, are you guys ready for the final boss of the good ending? Are you guys ready? We're gonna beat this bastard 10 times for like, you know, completion's sakes. Let's go. Just like before. Let me see what you guys say real quick. I can see a mod where Alice and the others being adults or little kids be so cute. Does Alice has unique dialogue? If you like, you have to like redo it and such. Yeah, they do. They actually do have like a bit of a special dialogue for Jack and Alice if you have to redo the event. Alice does, yes. Yeah, there is real. There is like a special dialogue for it. It's kind of like, oh, it's the letter again, and like, you know, we had to go investigate and shit. And whatnot. I do have evidence of it, so I'll show you guys it when I like, you know, beat this guy 10 times and like we just do some random like bullshit stuff and then I'll end stream and such. But like yeah. Which I'll fangirl for anything Jack and Alice, yes. Alright, let us go. So this final boss got a huge buff. Like, okay, I'm gonna say this. All the nightmares in the remake got a huge buff. And if you're wondering what that buff is, a lot of the nightmares now, like, especially later on in the game, they start having, like, AoE attacks, especially their normal attacks. So that means cover ain't gonna do squat. Like, cover's not gonna save your ass. There are occasions where they use single target attacks, but, like, oh boy, like, it's hard to predict. It's really hard to predict when they're gonna use it and such. It's even more worse in the remake. I mean, it's not remake. It's even more worse in, like, the harder difficulties. Like, my god. But, I'm gonna do something real quick. Yeah, this looks fine. Cinderella, I need you to survive no matter what, so I don't mind putting you in the back. Also, like, look at everyone's stats, and, like, look at Cinderella. Cinderella's, like, tanky. Like, look at this tank. My lord. But, like, yeah. She is fast, though. That's a good thing. Okay, I should save this. Fuck. Hold on. I need to run away. Run! Alright. Let us go. Let's go, PP Tower.
くよ。行くわよ。覚悟しなさい。行くわよ。当たって。頑張ります。これをどうぞ。助かったわ。覚悟なさいませ。
これでどうだ。
助かりましたよ。私の番だね。無理しないでね。
緊張するな。
それ助かりましたよ。
僕の番か。これでどうだ。
助かりましたよ。行くわよ。覚悟しなさい。
Okay, that took longer than I expected. Oh my god, we reached the top! We reached the top of the PP tower. This is my favorite part. I like the look of it. But look at this. I like the top of it. Look at that. Alice is very shit. This is why I like Destroyer a lot. Like, look at this. Look at the amount of damage. Oh yeah, Yeah, so this is another thing that they changed for this portion. So remember in this portion we had to go through like every single blood ability to like find the correct answer for it. So they change it so that the only blood ability that appears for this one is Jack, Mary Gunn, the reversal, and the girl that he's trying to save. So they like went from like, oh, you had to go through, you had to like look through a long list to like, okay, let's limit the list to 3 things. So it's easier for people to like, you know, figure it out. Of course, we all know what the right answer is. It's the best math skill of the franchise, Mary Reversal. Let's go. Yippee! We save Red Riding Hood! Yay! Of course, you guys know who's gonna be next. It's gonna be Red, and then Alice, Cinderella, and then rest of the girls. As much as I want to skip this, I just want to get to the part where we get the special CG, and that's where I just skip it. There we go. Aw, it's a happy Red. My favorite. Yippee. Alright, good enough. Skip. Another story. Okay, this is exclusive, so I'm gonna let you guys see this one. Okay, so the idea is once we talk to Hikari, this is where the credits roll and everything. And after you do that, you unlock a bonus like event that tells you about like, oh hey, we should like investigate the underground cavern and shit. Like, so this is the interesting thing about Another Story. So in the first game, Another Story was just a what if scenario that happened before the team decided to climb the jail tower. So it was like before all of the crazy shit happened near the last 2 chapters of the first game. So in the remake, they change it so that Another Story takes place after the good ending, after you beat the jail nightmare, and like, you know, Hikari has her angelic powers so that she can send everyone to the surface and such. So what I'm going to do is to I'm going to make a separate save file for this. Actually, yeah, I should do that. Wait, I need to double check something. So I'm going to play this and then make a separate save file. And then go to the title screen to see if we unlock it. And then I want to see if that works for every single girl afterwards. Look, it's Skip. It's the OST Skip. Wow, long time no see. God, oh, I love this. And look, it's my little my chibi that I use on the corner. Look at it. It's the same exact one. Except this one was slightly edited by Gwen, where he removed like the background and such. Because my earlier streams, I have the purple background on it, and then Gwen came in and said like, "Hey, remember the cute little like chibi that you use? Like, here's one without the background, so it's like, you know, translucent background and such. Like, here you go. Have fun." And I'm like, "Thank you, thank you, my man." And such, but like, yeah, look, it's the same exact one. I'm gonna move her slightly a little bit first. Yep, done. Alright, now go back to the game.
Nanda.
Alright, Stella, are you ready? We're gonna do Alice. Alright, everything looks ready. So, Iko. Oh, we found it early this time. Okay. Fucking felony! I hate that spell.
くわよ。当たって。
Fuck, I got unlucky. Hold on. I need to... I have to kill these guys. We can take this opportunity to heal though, so that's fine. Yeah, that was not bad. I like it. I was able to recover SP. Thank you, game. Oh, good job, Alice. You literally just murdered it within the span of 4 hits. Oh, it's wonderful. I love how they upgraded Rage Rush. I mean, like, Massacre Rage Rush, because in the first game I only hit 3 times even if you max it out. But Remake can hit 5 times. I know that was only like 4 hits in, but the fact that she can kill it within 4 hits is like, yeah, she's really powerful. All right, let's save Alice. Look, Stella, we save Alice. Look, she's all fine and dandy.
でもどうしても助けたかったんだ。
Oh, look at that special CG. Hurry, huzzah. Alright, let's skip it. Okay, so it does save it. Alright, that's good to know. Because for a second I thought it didn't. So that will make me go like, oh my god, I spent all this time and then I just... and it didn't save and shit. Okay, this is good. This is very good. Alright, you guys know what that means. Time to fight the final boss over and over again. Next up, we have Cinderella. What do you mean, Stella? She's right there. I do know what you mean, but still. She's right there, Stella. She didn't disappear. Jack, why?
任せて。覚悟しなさい。
Okay, things are not going well. I need to heal up. Right. Oh. God damn it.
もう大丈夫。それ。戻ってきました。顔色悪いよ。行きましたよ。逃がしませんわよ。緊張するな。もう大丈夫よ。白雪、行きます。これをどうされましたよ。
Fuck. Red, don't die on me.
これでどうだ。任せて。食らいなさい。緊張するな。頑張ります。これをどうされましたよ。行くわよ。はっ。行きましたよ。逃がしませんわよ。行くよ。ほら、しっかり。行くぞ。これでどうだ。助かったわ。
Thank God I can tank that. Holy fuck. Alice, please kill it. Yes, thank you. Oh my god. Man, that attempt wasn't that great.
なんとか助かっかなり危なかったし、一かば。
ジャックさん、大丈夫ですの？顔色が悪いですわよ。
The god of the new world? Forget Metatron, we need fucking Demi-Fiend. Yeah, that was essentially like how you would summarize the final boss, where essentially Snark made a wish to witchcraft, aka the White Core, where he wants like a god for a new like world order and shit. Like in the bad ending, he used the sacrifices of the followers as a medium to create the god, which creates the evil god, and they're made from like the suffering and pain and like negative emotions of the followers that are being sacrificed. Wait, have to go now. Thanks for listening. No problem, Gwen. I'm glad you have fun and like, you know, rest well and everything. Like, thank you for joining the stream and such and everything. But like, yeah, thank you. And everything, but like, yeah, in the bad ending, that's what happened, and we had to kill the god, and we actually killed it. In the good ending, which is what we're doing right now, because of like, you know, the followers, we saved them and everything. So Snark decides to like use himself as the medium for the White Core. Like, he literally just chucked himself into the White Core, and then like while his wish was trying to get granted true and whatnot, he notices that there was someone else that was also in the White Core, and that person was Hikari. As she wishes to like save everyone from the jail to return to the surface. Snark was like, oh, I want like a god for a new world order and shit, like, you know, rebuild the world and everything. So as a result, witchcraft granted both wishes, since according to the jail, their desires are extremely powerful. They're like neck to neck, and it led to the birth of two gods: the jailed Nightmare, which is what we're fighting, and Hikari, who's now like, you know, Angel Hikari and whatnot. But like, yeah,
私なんかに。
そんなことないよ。君に助ける。それはだからシンデレラは。
here we go, special CG. Look at that, happy Cinderella. Alright, all done. Now, need to do the save and then double check these. Oh, wrong button. So Hikari became the neutral. Another story. Yeah, it's the post-game chapter. Like, the first game also still had it. Like, you only unlock it if you get the good ending. And in the other story, you just have to explore the underground cavern, which, remember in the first game, Rudo, that it was 100 by 100? And I had to literally use a guide just to, like, speedrun it. And whatnot. But the another story did have some interesting plot points in it. Even though, like, in the original game, another story was treated as a non-canon scenario because it takes place before everyone decides to climb the jail tower and whatnot, and the professor is still alive. Like, when you go to the laboratory, when you enter another story, the professor is still there. He's like, oh, hey, like, what's up? Like, do you need some help? Do you need, like, some skills? Do you need some new skills and whatnot? And everything. But the remake decided to change another story to be taking place after we got the good ending. So after we defeated the professor, and Hikari's like, you know, making everyone get ready to go to the surface and such. Those are the two differences between another story when you compare the original to the remake. There's a good reason why they changed it for the remake, and I will show you what it is, because the post-game of the remake is very different from the original, not only in map size but story-wise too. So I would say it's really big, especially if you're like, oh, I haven't finished Mary Skelter 2 yet and whatnot, because like once we get to the new post-game dungeon for Mary Skelter 1 remake, that's where a lot of this Mary Skelter 2 spoiler stuff really comes into a huge light, and oh boy, like, it gets crazy at that point. But like, yeah, so we did got Cinderella. Good. Alright, we did 3 girls, so 7 more. Red, I'm replacing you with the legend herself, Dumbelina. Are you guys ready for some Dumbelina shenanigans? Let's go. God, I love poofing. Poofing in this game is actually really great. Because of like, you know how they change how how crits work in like combat and shit? Because of like everything can crit now, poofing is actually useful. And it's great. It's a really great skill, like my god. But like, yeah, let's see. Dumbelina, yeah, she has all the good buffs that I want her to have. I mean, there's also Blow, which I could like give her to like buff people's like attacks and such. You know what? I could do that. Hold on. Found it. Alright. Pop that in. Everything looks fine and dandy, I guess. Let me double check something real quick. Attack guard kind of sucks because it only applies to a single target compared to like skill guard, which applies to the whole team. And since this boss likes to use magic a lot, like, yeah, it's better to use skill guard. This one is fine. Like, this one is fine if you're like, if you want to make your magic dealer do more damage. But other than that, it's not that great. Yeah, even the Melina agrees with me. Let's see, we have... Honestly, this is great, but she already learns this from the Joe Singer one. So there's not really much of a difference, if I'm going to be honest with you. They both have the same effect. It's just one is slightly cheaper than the other. So like... yeah, it's not that great. I can just learn it, just for like completion sakes, I guess. Yeah, that one's 29. This one's 22, but they're both the same. Like, they both have the same effect. So like, yeah. Maybe I'll just put it on just for like funsies, I guess. Like, I don't really care about team comps at this point because like, you already tell that I can easily kill things quickly. Oh, this one's good too. I forgot about that skill. Anyway, so I guess Snark is Chaos and Hikari is neutral. I would say Snark is like a weird mixture of like Law and Chaos. That's how I would describe Snark, if I'm gonna be honest with you. Because he doesn't seem like he follows like, you know, the traditional like Chaos sense that we are used to in Mega 10. Like, you know, the strong live, the weak die, and like, you know, they're really social Darwinism. And there's like, I know there's occasions where they seem more civilized and everything, but we all know that when it comes to Chaos, they're all about the brute strength. And, you know, the changing the status quo sort of scenario. Snark is more like Law, because he's more about the whole like, oh, we need rules, we need society. This is a society type of thing. So I would say he's like a mixture of like Law and Chaos. If I'm gonna be honest with you, Rudo. Hikari, yeah, definitely. She's definitely neutral. Like, she definitely cares about humanity, since that's what neutral is, right? Like, neutral is all about, like, hey, we need to make sure humanity survives in the end and such, and that we don't need the help of, like, you know, Law and Chaos and shit. Also, we had to find, like, a good middle ground. And whatnot. But, like, yeah. Let me save
行くわよ。開通です。起きますよ。行く。行くわよ。当たって。白雪、行きます。お手伝いします。行くわよ。これでも食らいなさい。出番ね。これでも食らいなさい。見てなさい。覚悟なさいませ。サポートいたしますわ。
いつでもいいよ。任せて。
すごくいい。行きましてよ。出番ね。これでも食らいなさい。白雪、行きます。頑張ってください。
僕の番か。聞いてくれ。
いいわ、水ね。気持ちかける。僕の番。眠れ。覚悟なさいませ。私の番か。直してあげるわ。
行くぞ。これでどうだ。
水ね。私の番ね。
Okay. I was kind of surprised that Dumbledore literally got like 4 turns in just to do like, you know, a lot of damage. All I did was like buffer for speed. And then the game's like, yep, this is enough for like Dumbledore to go in like 4 times.
僕の番。消してやる。私の番ね。白雪、行きます。これをどうぞ。助かったわ。見てなさい。これでも食らいなさい。皆さんのおかげです。行くわよ。これでも食らいなさい。助ける。出番です。お助けします。慣れないわ。 します。僕の番。助ける。私の番ね。当たって行くわよ。思いっきり行くわよ。ああ、来たわ。あんたなんか消してやる。覚悟なさいませ。サポートいたしますわ。
これでどうだ。
助かったわ。おしまいか。思いっきり行くわよ。行きましたよ。
緊張するな。
これいいタイミングで出番ですね。お手伝いします。倒してくる。任せた。覚悟なさいませ。見てなさい。思いっきり行くわよ。出番ね。思いっきり行くわよ。
頑張るぞ。
God, I got lucky. Holy shit. That stunt actually landed. Oh my god. Thank you, Alice, for finishing off.
そうね。これでやっと全部終わったのね。
そうだね。
っていうかジャック、
はい。
あんたいくらなんでも無理しすぎ。あんなに
ごめん。でもあの時はああするしか。
確かにそうだけど、もうめちゃくちゃ心配したんだから、このバカ。
親指姫。
でもありがとう。本当に感謝してるわ。
Look at that. Happy Dumbelina. Alright. Skippy, skip. Okay, we got Dumbelina. Good. Good, good, good. Alright. Alright, Snow White time.
任せて。覚悟しなさい。起きますよ。僕の番。行くわよ。出番ですね。お手伝いします。見てなさい。これでも食らいなさい。行きましたよ。お助けしますわ。助かったわ。行きましたよ。
任せて。
すごくいい。これでも食らいなさい。やれない。僕の番。眠いな。任せて。覚悟しなさい。頑張ります。頑張ってください。見てなさい。手を貸すわ。お相手しますわ。サポートいたしますわ。
いつでもいいよ。それ。
助かりましたよ。行きましたよ。覚悟はよろしくて。
それ。
ありがとうございます。行くわよ。これでも食らいなさい。出番ですね。お手伝いします。新世界のために。
頑張るぞ。それ。
ありがとうございます。任せて。覚悟しなさい。
Okay, I got lucky. Holy shit. Okay.
Ah, 危なかった。白雪姫、大丈夫？
生きてます。
よかった。
それよりジャックさんこそ違う。
大丈夫。ちょっと貧血気味なだけで。
ダメです。貧血は万病のもとです。無理はしないでください。
白雪姫、心配してくれてありがとう。
お礼を言わなくちゃいけないのは白雪の方です。
白雪姫。
Special CG, hooray! Snow White, happy Snow White. Alright, skip time. Yay! Okay, we got it. Good. Oh my lord. Next is Sleeping Beauty. Kidding me, game? This twice in a row, really?
も食らえ。やっちゃいますよ。助かりましたよ。行くわよ。思いっきり行くわよ。行きますよ。許さないわ。それでも食らえ。
Wow, that quickly? Damn. But I know he's gonna hit hard though. Oh fuck, I hate this. I don't think he's gonna do felony yet, so this is fine.
出番ね。これでも食らいなさい。覚悟なさいませ。お助けしますわ。
緊張するな。これでどうだ。
助かりましたよ。
Spoke too soon. Oh god. Thank you, Alice, for the crit. Oh god. Heal up, everyone. You lick.
サポートいたしますわ。
行くぞ。
助かりましたよ。行くわよ。仕方ないわね。行く。ねんねの時間。こんなの軽いです。起きますよ。行く。助ける。任せて。倒してくる。任せて。出番ですね。行くわよ。お相手しますわ。
いつでもいいよ。それ。
いる。行け。行きますよ。行くわよ。頑張ります。これをどうされますよ。出番ね。覚悟なさいませ。
いつでもいいよ。それ。
行く。助ける。行くわよ。覚悟しなさい。
Alright, let's go.
頑張ります。お手伝いします。出番ね。手を貸すわ。見てなさい。足引っ張らないでよね。行くわよ。思いっきり行くわよ。覚悟なさいませ。サポートいたし します
い
わ。
つでもいいよ。これでどうだ。
助かったわ。覚悟なさいませ。
僕の番か。これでどうだ。
助かりましたよ。眠らせてあげる。頑張ります。これをどうぞ。助かりましたよ。覚悟なさいませ。出番ね。手を貸すわ。
僕の番か。それ。
助かりましたよ。任せて。頑張って。私の番ね。
なんとか助かった。眠り姫、よかった、無事で。
Sleeping Beauty fell asleep. She's so cute. Wait, did she? My bad. I kind of fell asleep.
でもいっぱい無理した。
心配してくれてありがとう。でも僕も大丈夫だよ。
怪我たっぷり。
ありがとう。でも本当に大丈夫なんだ。確かに少し無理したかもしれないけど頑張りどころだったから。
Look at that. Happy Sleeping Beauty. Sleepy's like, you fell asleep? That isn't like you. I mean, I fell asleep, I mean, like, I kind of got into a daze, you know, like a daydream sort of scenario. I was like, wait, what was I, what was I gonna do again? Type of scenario. But at the same time, I am feeling a little fatigued. So this is what I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna get a water break, and also use the restroom and everything. So yeah, I'm going to pull up the BRB screen. And like, you know, take this as an opportunity for your own bathroom break, water break, and whatnot. I'll be back. It won't take long. All right. Let's see. Let's see what you guys wrote. Wait. Since we are in our timeline, we need to change the VRB screen right this minute, or is that too soon? Should I change it? Yeah, maybe I'll change it to fit the Mary Skelter remake mood. Hold on. Hold on. I'm thinking of a picture real quick, Stella. I'll look at your chat soon. Wait. I guess this one. This one's for you, Stella. I hope you're ready. There you go. This fits, I guess. Now let me see what you wrote down. Since we will be in our timeline for the rest of the series. Super cute. Yeah, it is. I was kind of saving this when we do finale, but I don't think my finale stream's gonna. I'm not gonna do a lot of finale streams, so because of that, I don't mind reusing them for the remake. So yeah, that's all. Let's continue the game. Okay, okay. We got the three sisters. That's good. So what we have left is Gretel, Rapunzel, Kaguya, and I think this one is Hamlin. This is me going by memory. So yeah. I'm kind of curious. What happens if I run two gunners? Like, this is like me out of general curiosity. Like, I'm curious if this works out or not. Also, I kind of want to change Kaguya's headset real quick. Alright, let's go. Please do. I want to see this on the finale stream of all time. Are you talking about the different BRB screens? If that's the case, I kind of have to like time it, I guess. Like at the time my BRBs, like I need to do more BRBs a little more often in order to like change the screens and such, just to like show it out to you guys. Or maybe I'll just dedicate one stream where we can just like look at all of the artwork that I have access to so far, like the artwork of the series and such. But yeah, let us do Kaguya. Oh, hey T! Wait, I can't really interact with you. I'm in the middle of the final boss. Hold on. Also, welcome in, Raiders. Welcome. We're fighting a giant PP tower. Alright, we took down one core. Now we need to go look for the other one. It's the usual suspicion. Okay. Oh shit. Alright. Wait, let me read your chat real quick. Let's see. Let's go PB Tower. Okay, I'm gonna go try coming into our top fun. No problem, T. Thank you for like rating me and like and such. I hope the company is fun. Fuck, someone died. Okay, thank you. Oh my god. I need to run away. I hate these book battles. Oh, I can't use her because she's dead. Shit. Okay. That's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna fight the boss to revive Sleeping Beauty and not use the trap. Come on. Yeah, waste your turn, bastard.
任せて。頑張って。頑張ります。これをどうぞ。です。お相手しますわ。サポートいたしますわ。
行くぞ。これでどうだ。
わかりましたよ。白雪、行きます。行きましたよ。ここは私が。悪いです。助けてあげます。
僕の番か。
ありがとうございます。僕の番。任せた。行くわよ。
Okay, we found a second court. Thank God. Oh my God. All right. Thank you. Yeah, torch is good. All right. It's a lot of prep work, but I don't care. As long as we're gonna win. Everything's fine in the world. Head, sucker, you waste your turn. Okay. Woo. Alright, we beat it. I'm kind of sad that we didn't get to the tippity top of the PP tower because I actually like the look of it. Like, the top is it actually looks cool. I'm not kidding with that statement, but sadly we couldn't see the top. But like, yeah, since we got a raid, I do want to kind of show like the story cutscene that plays and such. Actually, no, I just want to skip it because this is kind of like me speedrunning it because I'm trying to beat the boss 10 times to unlock all the CGs for all the girls. So you know what? I'm just gonna skip it. Sorry. Let's do this. Alright, yay, special CG of Kaguya Hime. So like, for the raiders who just raided me and you guys are not familiar with the franchise known as Mary Skelter, basically, the best way I would describe it is that it's a series that, well, it's a dungeon crawler series that takes place in an underground location called The Jail. It's a living creature. All the areas, characters, and monsters are based on fairy tales. Like, for example, the person that we save is called Kaguya Hime, who is based on the titular character that appears in the Japanese fairy tale called The Tale of the Bamboo Cutter. And such, there's other girls like you guys probably saw throughout the fight, like Sleeping Beauty, Snow White, Alice, Cinderella, etc., etc. and I do like this franchise a lot. It's kind of like, it's your typical anime type of series, but at the same time, there's a lot of world building in it, and there's like a nice horror feel to it that's just like wonderful. Like, it's absolutely wonderful. I love it a lot. So yeah, that's all I have to say. So let's just skip this. You've been on a roll, buddy, but it's not over yet. Yeah. Let me double check who we need to get. This one's Hamlet. This one is Gretel and Rapunzel. Alright, so we have 3 more left. And after we do that, I want to show some like interesting stuff. One of them being like a bit of a challenge run for Mary Skelter 2. Because out of sheer boredom, I decided, you know what? I want to see if I can beat the final boss with just 3 people. I want to see if I can do that. Not for this game. In this game, I definitely need like a full team in order for me to like actually, you know, survive it and whatnot. But for Mary Skelter 2, I can definitely like try to beat it with 3 people. So I'm gonna try that. So since we got Kaguya Hime, which is great, we're gonna do Gretel next. Oh boy, Gretel, you're gonna snap everything in half because we're gonna run 2 logics, and logic is like wonderful in this game.
よし、いけるわ。いけ。いた。いる。いる。発動します。行く。助ける。私の番ね。手助けしてあげる。任せて。起きますよ。行く。助ける。任せなさい。サポートしてあげる。任せて。頑張って。白雪、行きます。お手伝いします。行きましたよ。お助けしますわ。
任せて。
されるわ。任せて。任せて。覚悟しなさい。
God, I was hoping to time it, but it didn't work. That
お
sucks.
助けしますわ。
白雪行きますやれないサポートする
行くわ。サポートしてあげる。
おはようねんねの時間行け行け行け行け行きますよ倒してくる任せた
私の番ね。
よろしくしてあげる
私の番ね。これでどうかしら。
頑張りますこれをどうぞ
助かりましたよ。行きましたよ。ですわ。
負けてられない。これでどうだ。
頑張りますこれをどうぞ
助かりましたよ。お相手しますわ。
僕の番か。これでどう
助
だ。
かったわ。
僕の番任せた
私の番ね。
よろしくしてあげる
私の番ね。
頑張って
Okay, it was good. Good. Alright. Wait, no! I need more healing! Oh, he didn't do shit. Never mind.
頑張りますこれをどうぞ
助かりましたよ。覚悟なさいませ。お助けしますわ。
頑張るぞ。
ありがとうございます行く任せた白雪行きます
助かりましたよ。私の番ね。サポートしてあげる。行きましたよ。覚悟はよろしくね。
緊張するな。聞いてくれ。
助かったわ。
行く任せた頑張りますありがとうございます
私の番ね。覚悟しなさい。許さないわ。これでもくらえ。慣れないわこの感じ。
もう大丈夫だよ、グレーテル。
Alice wins the whole damn thing. Well, Stella, Destroyer is broken. You can tell by how I built her. You can literally tell how I built Alice. That the Destroyer class is busted as fuck. Alice more specifically because, you know, the whole Massacre Rage Rush can hit the enemy like 5 fucking times, which is like absolutely wonderful if you ask me. Also, like, yeah, that's all I have to say. So, yay, we rescued Gretel. Look at her. She looks unimpressed.
やっと地に足がついた感じがするね。
そうね。実際、足が地面についたものね。
でも、
一歩間違えれば。
Acquired taste. Yes, I see, Jack. You're into glasses, girls. That's why you saved me.
私が落下を開始したとメアリガンを使うなんて思って冗談よ。
Oh, look at that. Look, she's happy. It's happy Gretel. She's actually smiling. Other than, like, you know, smiling towards Sweet, she's actually smiling. Look at that. Oh yeah, let's skip it. Oh man. Like you said, though, I am on a roll. I feel like we did a lot of progress. It didn't even take me that long. What time is it? I wanna know. I wanna know. Alright, need to check. Okay, we got Gretel. Whew, okay. So Rapunzel, then Hamlin's left. God, when I'm looking back at the VOD, I have to like timestamp it, don't I? Oh my god. I don't mind timestamping because that's like a case of like me being like, oh, okay, that's fine. I can like rewatch the VOD, like skip it a bit so I can like figure out how to time skip it and shit. I mean timestamp it. But I am curious about like that one feature that I see on other streams where there is a timestamp where they tell you like, oh, at this portion of the time this person was playing this game, and then the other portion is like, oh, they were doing this instead. Like, you know, they changed the catalog between the streams, I guess. I don't know how to do that. I am curious about how you do that. Let's ignore that for now and just focus on Rapunzel then Hammy. Okay, Rapunzel. Do your oh wait, you're in the front line. Okay, Rapunzel. Let's go. Let's go murder the PV tower. You're killing it, buddy. Yes, I am. So yeah, let's go Rapunzel. I did make Rapunzel more of a magic character in this game compared to Red. You know, like Red, she's kind of like a mixed person, but she can do melee pretty well. But at the same time, I'm kind of debating to make Red just pure magic because at this point, I feel like magic is better in this game. Like, I know like magic and Mary Skelter 1's like busted, other than like Rage Rush and whatnot, but like, I don't know. I thought about like using Red doing a whip build, and so far it was doing okay. Like, I thought it was fine. She was doing a lot of damage with physical attacks, but I feel like her magic capabilities isn't that great, so I have to like, I'm hoping that I'll probably get a better whip soon, or maybe like a better weapon type later on. But like, yeah. For now, let's just go Rappy. Let's go. Rapunzel, let's go.
任せて。こんなの軽いです。起きますよ。行くよー。お手伝いする。行く。助ける。任せて。行くよー。いっぱいいっぱい。ってやれない。任せて。頑張ります。これをどうぞ。発動します。疲れてきた。私の番ね。出番ですね。これをどうぞ。やっと遊べる。これでどうかな。僕の番。助ける。私の番ね。覚悟しなさい。白雪行きまーす。行きましてよ。サポートいたしますわ。
頑張るぞ。これでどうだ。
大丈夫。もう許さないわ。これでもくれ。お相手しますわ。お気を確かに。行くよー。これでどうかな。
頑張るぞ。聞いてくれ。
わかりましたよ。ぶちのめす。これでもくれ。
Oh wait, that's not the end? I thought that was at the end. My bad. I was like sitting there going like, wait a minute.
任せて。はあ、行きましてよ。
行くぞ。これでどうだ。
大丈夫。出番だ。これでどうかな。行く。助ける。僕の番。眠らせてあげる。
覚悟なさいませ。
いつでもいいよ。任せて。
やっと遊べる。これでどうかな。出番ですね。これをどうぞ。大丈夫。
お相手しますわ。行くわよ。
Yay, we got to the tippity top of the PP tower again. So happy. I love the top. Yeah, reversal. Skip. Skip.
もう大丈夫。ラブ。
ジャック。
There we go. Look at that. Happy Rapunzel. As a poet. Normally, I would put Rapunzel in the Leech class, but I feel like Leech isn't that great. If I'm gonna be real with you, like stat-wise, what I'm looking for, I don't think it's that great. So I went with Poet because it had a stat line that I wanted to build Rapunzel in. So because of that, yeah, this is good. Good. All right. Man, I've been like going crazy with the buffs. Buffs are great in the remake. Like, Stella, you saw how much damage output I could do with like buffs, right? Compared to the first game where like certain buffs are like, oh yeah, this is enough to like do like crap tons of damage. The remake is like, yo, like let's make these buffs really good. Like, holy shit. And I saw it and damn, it was crazy. It is like, you can tell by like how I'm like, you know, applying like certain buffs and shit. You're like, holy crap, like Alice is just getting like turns in after turns in, like and everything. Like it's crazy. It's really crazy. And whatnot. Yay, we got Rapunzel. Okay. One left. We have the Hammy. Let's go. Let's do this, Hamlin. I need to double check if I actually give Hamlin skills, because I did remember building her, but I'm not like 100% sure that I like, you know, made sure she has the best skills on. So let's do formation. What else? Where is it? Found it. Hail, Hammy. Long time no see. How you doing, Chuni Demon Lord? Okay. This is not bad. I think I want her to learn... Hold on. I want you to learn Blow, because this will help me out in the long run. Everything else is fine. I don't think I need to upgrade anything else. Actually, the spell is fine for like later parts of the game. Spirit Bomb sucks. I don't know why. You know, it was a good idea to give a magic character physical skills where they need high attack in order for it to pull off. And I know people are like, but he uses SP to do heavy damage to all enemies. To which I'm like, bruh, the only way this is gonna work if she has high attack. Like, this isn't like Blast, where, you know, your damage output is literally based on how much SP you have. This one is like, oh, it just uses more SP than usual. That's it. It's still a physical attack. Like, you need to make that character have high, like, physical stat in order for it to work. Wait, why did she have zero? She does not have zero skills. Stella, don't try to gaslight me. Don't try to trick me. She has skills on. I checked. And whatnot, but like, yeah, the spell, yeah, definitely did that for later on. Blow, 100%. Stealth, I want to apply that because like, you saw how many book battles we got into, and some of them kind of like almost fucked me over. Oh, makes sense. Yeah, it is. Like, it makes zero sense to me why it will give these type of skills to like magic characters. Sweet Mutter, it was good. It is. And such. But yeah, I'm gonna apply stealthing because like, yeah, I don't want any more book battles to fuck me over. Wrong button. Ooh, okay, are you ready, Stella? This is the last girl, and then I'm gonna do a challenge run for the final boss in Mary Skelter 2, and that's why I'll end stream. And then you're like, oh, when will next stream be? Next stream will be me doing the post-game dungeon for the remake and everything. But like, yeah. Alright, let's go. Yeah, she did. I'm grateful that she tanked it because I was like, wait, I fucked up. Shit. Like, literally, like, fucked up. I was like, oh no. Yes, thank you, Alice. Oh my god, thank you. Oh. Okay, I'm hoping that the next core will be at the cannon. Because, like, you know, that'd be sheer luck. And also, like, saves us a lot of time.
私の番ね。
Of course it doesn't. Of course. Thank you, game. Thank you. I'm hoping that it doesn't appear here because I'd rather have. Fuck. Wait, please, please. Thank you, game. Okay, come on, Nightmare. What are you gonna do? Are you expect me? Yeah, alright. Of course it is. Of course. Thank you, game. I don't mind this. This is good. Fuck, he's gonna get his turns in more quickly. Knew it. I knew you were gonna do felony. That's why I applied it. Fuck you, boss. I hate felony. Thank you, Alice. Thank God. Thank you. Oh my God, I got lucky there. Holy shit. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, I'm happy now. Oh. We did it, Stella. And well, chat in general, we did it. We did the final girl. We did Hamlin. Thank God. I'm surprised that I did this so quickly. And look at that, happy Hamlin. What time is it right now? I don't know. Is it like 6 hours? 7 hours? Question mark? I don't know. All right, let's skip that. We did, everyone. Yeah, we did. Oh my God, this is happy. All right, so this is what I'm gonna double check if like we actually do get it, because I'm afraid that, you know, the game might not register it and it's like, oh, you didn't do it, so you gotta fight this guy again. Let's see, 6 hours and 24 minutes. That's not bad, actually. Holy shit. I didn't know it was gonna be, I did that much. Well, now it's 30 seconds. I mean, I don't mind the seconds part. I'm glad that, yes. Oh my God, this was so quick. Oh my God, we did it, Stella. We did it. We did all 10 girls. Alright, so I'm gonna do that challenge run I was thinking about in Mary Skelter 2. Well, not challenge run, challenge battle. My bad, not run. Battle. That makes more sense when I say it like that. Yeah, we would exactly. Allison Red, please. Yes, you already. Wait, Stella, why do you predict the future already? Because that was what I was planning on doing. I was gonna try to fight this boss with only 3 people, and they're gonna be Red and Alice. Okay, so yes, we definitely need that. I don't need counter because like Red already has counter to begin with, so I don't think that's going to be useful in the long run. This, yes, definitely. I would say Cinderella. Cinderella would be the good one in this scenario. I know, right? I have a sick sense of good waifus and awesome girls. But like, yeah, this is what I'm planning on doing. So let me double check everyone's equipment first. Let's see. Bloodshot, this is good. Bloodshot with a mixture of strike, this is good. Bloodshot with a mixture of strike, this is also good. So like, yeah. Very proud of how I built these girls. They are built exactly how I want it to be. Let me double check something. Yeah, it's on. Right, good. This is good. You know, I'm not gonna save it because like I just want to keep that file untouched. Alright. Alright. Are you guys ready? Let's do this challenge battle. Let's go. Fuck! Why? No! Ah! I hate this skill. I should have defended. I fucking hate this. Are you kidding me? It parried? That means it's defending. Are you fucking real? God, I hate this. Alright, just to be on the safe side. I wish I could flip it, because that will help me out in the long run. Oh. I find it funny that helplessness is this rage rush, but I don't really care about it because it doesn't do that much to me. Yes! Thank you! Oh my god. Alright. I can do some shenanigans. Great. Thank you, game. Not again. The good thing it doesn't do that much damage. I fucking hate madness. Couldn't flip it. Oh, that sucks. Wait, Alice. Thank you, Alice. Also, you didn't flip it? Why? Alice, I believe in you. Please flip it. Thank you, Alice. Nope, it didn't do that much damage. Fuck, I was hoping for it to do a lot of damage. Okay, I know I'm skating between like dangerous scenario and not dangerous scenario, so this is what I'm gonna do. Yeah, it's still fast, so let's do this. Fuck! Alice, you survived. Thank you, Alice. Oh my god. Of course Red dies. I hate this. Calm down. And let's heal everyone. I'm gonna see something real quick. Okay, still pretty good damage. Oh, he buffed himself. I don't really mind. That's like something I don't care. Stop chanting. Oops. Sorry, Alice. Okay, I could like heal you up. Yeah, I could do that. Osu. Oh, fuck. Osu! No! Osu, please! Okay, Osu, I need to revive you. Alright. I think we're living. I think we're living, Stella. Fuck! I should've... I hate myself now. I should've just healed up. Wait, I could do that with Bosu. Hold on, hold on. I just thought of something. Yeah, this is gonna work. This will work. I know it. Yes! Alright. Okay. I don't know if his speed is like, what do you call it? Oh, we got lucky there. Oh my god. Thank you, stun. Okay, I think I can time this. We killed it. Oh my god. We actually timed it. Oh my god. We did it. Oh lordy. We did it. Oh my god. Alice did it. Yes. I mean, they died a couple of times. But that was actually, like, not that bad. Like, everyone at least died once in this battle. But, like, we managed to turn the tables quickly. I'm liking this a lot. Oh my god. Okay. So... yeah, that was a good challenge run. I didn't expect to beat it with just 3 people. I bet if I tried it with 2 people, I'll just lose. Because I really do need, like, specific types of, like, strategies in order to, like, you know, beat it and such. And whatnot. But, like, yeah, huh. I did a pretty good job, didn't I? Okay, I do know for a fact that the game's just gonna make us go through the whole, like, true ending sequence and shit. So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna exit out Mary Skelter 2, and then boot it back in, and then go to the remake so I can, like, you know, put a save, and then that's well end stream and such. So I need to go cover up stuff. Hold on. Sounds like a plan to me. Good to hear. Good, good. Alright. Okay. Oh, thank you, game. Thank you. Alright, let's reload this save. Alright, let me double check something real quick and then I will say end stream and such. Okay, let's see. Okay, so they still stay unlocked. Good. I thought I lost it all. Oh my god. Yay, we did it. I am kind of curious why they just decided to tell us like, oh look, Hikari wants to talk to us again, even though I already know what's gonna happen. So let's accept these real quick. But yeah, I'm not sure why they're making us talk to Hikari again. I'm assuming of one of two things. One, the game didn't register the fact that I already talked to her, so they're making me talk to her again so that we can unlock the cutscene that's telling us like, oh hey, you should go to the underground cavern to check something out. I'm assuming that's what's happening. So I want to see if that's the case. Yep, it looks like it's the case. So the game didn't register the fact that we already talked to Hikari before. Thank you, game. Now, if we were to go to the underground cavern, there will be a cutscene that plays telling us that, oh hey, we should go check this out. Which I already, like, reacted to back when I did Mary Skelter 1 original on the PC. So we're just gonna skip this, and we're just gonna focus on the newer cutscenes that come later on in the dungeon. Sounds good? Like, I honestly don't want to, like, rewatch some cutscenes because, like, I already saw it before. And I'm pretty sure you guys already saw it too if you, like, watch VODs and such. But, like, yeah, I don't want to, like, re-see it. For, like, you know, time constraint reasons. Same, I see them, yep. Okay, so it is. Yeah, we already saw this. Yeah, so it is the same. So you can tell that the underground cavern is smaller compared to the first game. The first game was 100 by 100. This is just 30 by 30. Which I don't mind exploring this for a little bit. Maybe like one encounter, and then we're gonna make a big UE back to home base. I am so happy that they stay stunned. Thank you, game. Oh, you recover from it. Oh, that's fine. She's in the back row. She's not gonna take that much damage.
任せて。
皆さんのおかげです。
いいものね。
I love this. Alright, let's poison bomb this. Oh. Oh yeah, we have to use the melee gun. There we go. Oh yeah, Stelly, if you're wondering what team I use just to explore this place because of how much it pisses me off, I use this team. This entire team carry my ass for the post-game dungeon in the fear difficulty. This entire team carry my ass a lot. And there's a good reason why, and I will show if we get into another encounter.
見つけたわ。
I cannot blame you. Well, it is. There's a reason why I do not like how they handle the post-game dungeon here.
戦闘開始よ。
僕の番。ねんねの時間。
私の番ね。そろそろ終わりにしましょう。任せて。頑張って。
頑張ります。
行きましてよ。サポートいたしますわ。
僕の番。
So you can tell by me just spamming stun bursts with Gretel and Snow White. That was literally my entire strategy for this post-game dungeon. Just spamming stunt because stunt is broken. And it literally just shuts down the enemy like it's nothing. It does help that I made sure Gretel and Snow White have high luck because the higher luck you have, the more often you can inflict status effects on the enemy. So because of that, like, this literally saved my ass a lot. But look at this. They can't do shit. It's hilarious.
サポートいたしますわ。
倒してくる。
私の番ね。これを受けてね。
It really is. I should know. I do it a lot myself. It is. Normally, I don't run Alice. I only run like Cinderella and then Dumbledina. And if you're wondering like why no Alice, it's because like Raising Flame, like you know the first like AoE spell or fire AoE spell that dummy can learn and such. It does a fuck ton of damage in this dungeon. Like I don't know why. Like for some reason, like Raising Flame does like a fuck ton of damage here. And I don't know why. Maybe that was the intent. They wanted us to burn this place down in flames. I'm assuming that's why they made it really like powerful here. Like it's weird. It's really funny. Oh really? I never used dummy here. Yeah, I kind of like. I always try to make like a well-balanced team and such, but I noticed that the enemies take like a lot of damage from magic in this area. I don't know why. They just do. It's kind of like a weird case of like me noticing something. Except for these enemies, they actually take more damage from wind. Like, look at this. Dumbledina can literally just one-shot them normally. So yeah, every other enemy, like, they're not gonna survive a Rising Flame of Dumbledina. If you're wondering, like, why you didn't spam the most broken spell in the franchise, Mortal Force, I feel like they kind of nerfed it a little bit in the remake. I mean, it's still very good. Like, I still spam it. It's just that compared to Rising Flame, Like, it does not do as much damage compared to that. Like, watch this. Hold on. Stun.
これでどう
Stun.
行くわよ
And then Rising Flame.
思いっきり行くわよ
Oh. Oopsies. Sorry, Cinderella.
行くぞ
I didn't mean that to happen. Oops. You don't mind, like, staying still, right? Thank you, Cinderella. Alright, I want to restore some blood real quick. Oh, yes. My blood. Thank you. Those ramming Jack into, like, a pillar make him regenerate blood. Things get more funny in Finale, where you can literally use Osu's balls to make Jack recover his blood back. So it's literally the same as the second game, where, oh, you need to make Jack ram into Osu's balls to calm him down. In Finale, you just have to summon Osu's balls to make Jack regain his blood quickly. It's hilarious. You should ram into Alice. Look, we can't deny a good balls, okay? Why not Alice? Okay, when Alice has balls, that's where I'd be like, okay, Jack, go ram. But since she doesn't, no. But like, yeah, for all seriousness, I think this is a good place for me to like save and like call, like end stream and everything. I don't mind saving. Should I replace this save? I think I should replace this one. Yeah, this one's good. Oh yeah, Stella, I wanted to like... Oh wait, yeah, you know what? I'll talk about it when we do the ending stream screen. Hold on. Let me pull that up. Alright. Okay, whew, man, we did a lot today, man. I did a reading stream for the Mary Skelter 2 prequel novel. I managed to finish that really early, Stella. Like, I finished that within, like, 2 hours-ish. Like, around 2 hours. That was really great. And such. And then we beat the final boss, the Mary Skelter 1, 10 times, just to get everyone completion's sakes. We explored the underground cavern for a little bit, where I start kind of belly aching about, like, how much I don't like playing the post-game dungeon and the fear difficulty, but I'm going to stay in it because that's how I finished it, and I'm not going to lower the difficulty and such. And then we did one challenge battle with the final boss of Mary Skelter 2 with only 3 people, and that actually worked very well, like, despite the fact that everyone kept dying, but like, it worked really well. I'm happy about that. What else is there that I'm trying to remember in the tip of my head? Oh yeah, I was gonna tell you this, Stella. So, okay, Stella, remember how in the remake they changed the placement for the Mary gun upgrades? So I learned that you can get Hamlin before Gretel. And how you would do that is by, when you get to the chapter split, you know, they tell you, oh, you want to do water side or do you want to do the dorms? Do water side, and then after that, do dorms. When you do that, you will get all the Mary parts to fully upgraded it. And you can literally just go to the underground cavern and, like, you know, fight, and get Hamlin. And what's funny is that the game even recognizes it. The game is like, oh, hey, you came here, like, really early. That's the funny thing about it. I was sitting there going like, yep. They knew. They absolutely knew. They knew people wanted their Chuni early in the game. And like, when they did that, Hamlin actually gets a lot more story cutscenes, which I felt like was really, it was a nice touch. I know some people argue that despite that, it's clear that Hamlin is very detached from the first game, which I know some people may say that's like a bad thing. I would argue to an extent, yes, it is. But at the same time, she's still lovable in the first game. There's still a lot of moments where you do, like, she does, like, play well with everyone and everything. But yeah, you can tell in the first game, she was just designed to be the secret character that doesn't have too much of importance in the plot. But then we get to 2 where, you know, she was essentially one of the main leads, and she does get a lot more character covered in it and such. And Finale also did the same case where they covered Hamlin's character a lot more as well. And I'm really grateful for that and such. But like, yeah. Oh my god. I think in the first game she's great. And 2 did her great. Yeah, it did. Like 2 made her like one of the main leads, and she appeared in the early parts of the she appeared like in the start of the game technically. And like she gets so much character throughout the story, and I do think 2 did a great job with it and everything. But like, yeah, Finale also did a really great job because I felt like Finale has like the most funny Hamlin moments. Like Stella, we know how funny Finale can be at times. Like we know how funny Archuni can go and such. Like I honestly like how Finale handled like the humor. Though, does Hamlin still work under her Lady Alice? Well, if you're talking about the second game, not really. If you're talking about the first game, definitely. Like, she definitely, like, works under Alice. Except for Finale, because of the situation of Finale. But, you know, like, she will still probably work under Alice. If situations were different in Finale. But, like, yeah, oh my god. That's so wonderful. So, yeah, I feel like this is like a good place for me to end stream and such. I am thinking of doing a raid, and I do have one person I have in mind. So let me go like set up the raid stuff and everything. No raid message. Just be polite. Just say hi to them, like and such. Like, you know, just be casual and everything. And such. I wanted to see Hamlin call Alice my lady. So cute. I mean, we can see that all the time in the first game, so that's fine and dandy. But like, yeah, I do have a person I have in mind for rating. So let me go like set it up and everything. Okay, so we're gonna rate someone who's playing Mary Skelter for their first time. Like they're playing the first game, more specifically the PC part, so the original version. So like, yeah, that seems like a good person to raid, right? Someone playing Mary Skelter. We just finished a Mary Skelter stream. sounds great. No worries, you can. Like, yeah. But like, yeah, seems fitting. Indeed, it does. Well, it is. All right, so I'm gonna say goodbye to you guys before I like click the start raid button and everything. So like I don't have to like do anything else other than that. But like yeah, so have a good day, have a good night, have a good afternoon, whatever time it is on your side of the world. This is Final Music saying goodbye. Goodbye. Now I'm gonna go press on do the raid button. See you later. See ya. See you everyone. Bye bye.